and welcome to those viewers and those listeners and all of those staying in touch with today's long distance Comet race. That's the Edward Cross long distance Comet race. As Trevor would have mentioned, we are safely out of St. George's Harbour and through the cut, and now the boats are heading on a broad reach towards and around Fort St. Catherine. There appears to have been no incident coming through the cut, which was a point of concern yesterday voiced by many of the skippers. But the boats are indeed on their way and about to head towards North Shore. So many thanks, first of all, to the organizers. And chief among those has been the West End Sailboat Club's rear commodore, Glenn Lambert, who's in fact in the race. He said to me yesterday he's looking for one more win. That may be far-reaching and high hopes. However, hey, he's in the race, so he's got a chance. Just some more thanks. We want to thank acknowledge the Commodore of the host club, Emily DeShields, as the Commodore of West End Sailboat Club. Again, Gladwin Lambert is the rear Commodore of the West End Sailboat Club. Also, the other two clubs involved, the East End Mini Yacht Club, which is headed by Thomas Painter, with his vice Commodore being Maxwell Curtis, who's also in the race and one of the favorites today. He's been leading the club series with multiple wins in the 3 weeks of racing that they've had. He's won two of them. The other victory going to Dale Bregman, also a past champ. Both him and Dale Bregman are past champions of this race, and so they stand to be in the running. Also, the Mid-Atlantic Boat and Sports Club, which is headed by George Hayward. And George is on board the committee boat. We want to say a big thank you to all of those involved with making this race possible. Also, shout out to an acknowledgement to main sponsors, Caesar's Pharmacy, who have also helped to make this event possible and make our coverage indeed possible. To our race committee made up of Waynette Curtis, who's the race chairperson, George Hayward, and Walter Smith. They're over there on the committee boat, keeping their eye on things, making sure everything is above board, so to speak. We'd like to offer you a brief history of this race. And this comes from the archives of the West End Sailboat Club. In 1944, members of the West End Sailboat Club, namely Commodore Osrula, Ossie Philpott, Alfie Camp, Brother Sinclair Slim Lambert, Leon Bully Lambert, Canute Tudor Lambert, Ainsley Parency, Arnold Midnight Nights, J.W. Maxwell Robinson, Lumley Burt, Albert Nervy Simons. They all decided to host a long-distance Comet race. And on May 20th, 1944, that came to fruition, when 12 Comets set out from Somerset Bridge off the ferry dock on a windy day with winds gusting up to 40 knots, and somehow still chose to go through with the race at 40 knots. So they headed down the North Shore towards St. George's. The course the Comet sailed was through Ferry Reach, and the bridge was open to allow the Comets to pass through. And that would be a hard ask these days to get that bridge open, as we would very much know. So the course the Comet sailed was through Ferry Reach, the bridge was open, and Canute Tudor Lambert, sailing in Seahawk, covered the course in 1 hour, 13 minutes, with only 4 of the 12 Comets finishing. And that was to no one's surprise at 40 knots. Now, after that inaugural race, Mr. Howard Cross made a cedar cup as a trophy for the first place sailor to finish. It was decided to host an annual long distance race on the Queen's birthday holiday, alternating between Somerset and St. George's. Sounds a lot like Cup Match. Over the years, the Comet fleet grew when the Mid-Atlantic Boat and Sports Club built 6 new Comets between 1944 and 1946 by skippers such as Ellsworth Lovell Sr., Andrew Smith, Drake Laws, Lawrence Hendrickson, and Colin Carr, just to name a few. In 1970, the long distance race moved from Somerset Bridge to start at the West End Sailboat Club that's situated on Watford Island. Many will confuse that with Burns Island, but there are several islands up in the West End, including Watford Island and Burns Island. Not to mention Ireland Island, North Ireland Island South, and the Dockyard. Over the years, there have been many exciting races by veteran sailors like Howard Lee's High Yellow, Ellsworth Lumber's Highland Queen, the legendary Alton Millet, and Kitty Hawk, Stevie Dixon's Kitty Hawk 2, and Rudy Baylor's Temptation. Stevie Dixon, the foremost multiple winner with 21 titles, won his first race in 1976 at the tender age of 16. And then he and Stevie began a battle for podium finishes that lasted for many years, one would say decades. In 2001, a record number of 27 Comets sailed from St. George's to Somerset, and the keen competition of the 3 Comet clubs sailing the annual long-distance Comet race continues today, and the rivalry mirrors that of Somerset versus St. George's in Cup Match. And this information has come from Stuart Parent Chief. Now, if we can just set today's field for those who are watching and wondering which boat is which, we'll give you the rundown, the complete rundown of the starters and the competitors. So we have number 1 is Gladwin Lambert, who has crew Simon Van Der Weeg. The boat name is Melody. The sail number is 4126, and that's a lime green one design. Then you have Greg Wade with crew Gino Smith. The boat name is It's a Standard. Sail number 4062, and his boat color is dark blue. Then you have Maxwell Curtis with the wily and veteran Wesley Tucker as his crew. The boat name is Pole Position. The sail number is 4153. The boat color is orange. You have Scott Fox with Get the Cat. His crew is the Johnny Pemberson. Sail number 4128. The boat color is red and white. Then you have Quentin Simons. I believe Quentin Simons was 3rd last year. His crew is Zane Hendrickson. His boat name is Sturdy Pot. Sail number 4118. Boat color is gray and yellow. Hey, Trevor, did you post that thing with all the boat numbers and stuff going on? And if you want to view all of these statistics in terms of the boats, their skippers, their crew, you can look online on TNN's website or their Facebook site,
Live on YouTube.
And you can find this list that I'm reading to you now.
Bermuda Live on YouTube. Subscribe now. Bermuda Live on YouTube. Subscribe now.
I've done this race working with the new broadcasting, and Lisa, greatly so. That's the broadcasting, even people got the workers. I work with them on the break. One of them is history.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
It's history. And I'm probably enjoying being on the water today, being festivities with the others.
Yes.
History comes from, we did mention Sir George. We want to give homage to Sir George and his family. We think about you. Yes, he is the we want to give respect to all his sons, his daughters, everyone that is part of this movement. This movement is dear to me and his network. when people, their family, not a bereaved families, wreckage family.
Yeah.
Think about you today, knowing that sees that ancestor, your father, think about him today. So, even though we're out here celebrating Heroes Day, there's other families that are mourning the loss of their loved ones. You think about the sick and shut in. I remember Lee and he was saying that the sick and shut in, those that are in the hospital, those that are laid up. But after we get to the scene, he's about 35 minutes in. It's still
Yeah, it looks like it may be.
It's going to be a long day in the office.
Indeed. It may be, 50 yards, 100 yards separating the first two boats, which is nothing today. We talk about Bermuda heroes, and of course you mentioned my father. He was indeed my hero. But it's days like this to be able to be out here and enjoy nature and enjoy Bermuda and its ambience, makes those times of trouble, those burdens, float away.
Even everything. Stevie, if you're watching, we miss you, I miss you. Stevie was the master, and everything about Cullen Lee.
Yeah.
Cullen Lee,
Howard Lee. Yeah. All those memories. I used to interview Stevie a lot. He was always winning. He was always the first son he was, the first guy I talked to. But I mentioned I was hanging out at East End Mini Yacht Club yesterday afternoon and just enjoying the camaraderie amongst the sailors, because these guys are friends, and they really have a great friendship, a great bond, except for now. When they're out on the water there, they're battling tooth and nail against each other. And what I remember a lot more so about Stevie was actually his crew, Wesley Tucker. I was mentioning to somebody yesterday. I mean, a lot of people have their favorite skippers. My favorite guy was Wesley Tucker. I could see when he came out of the water, you could see the work in him, the work that he had put in. So he's certainly not one to be underestimated or underrated or forgotten. Easier later, but Wesley was the guy. Wesley, and he's still the guy. He was actually with Maxwell Curtis this year around, and Maxwell started to have him as his driving force to win another title this year. Maxwell was he was hoping for some high winds where he got them. He said that favored him, but we'll wait and see. He's in the pack right now, but we're gonna see.
I consider these things email address, whenever you don't want to shout or do something. Yeah, So you got a lot of sanity when you come up to it. Yes. I put him on the spot. That's what I do. I put him on the spot. Yeah, Twan, where are you? I see you. I see your wife online. Give us a shout out. Happy Heroes Day to Bermuda. It's still coming with Singapore Ferry. Folks make that and a few. Actually, you see somebody here going out. This goes right here. He's coming out.
Right there, that's Scott Fox.
That attacking out, coming off of the shoreline.
We got Scott Foxes out here taking an outside line. We have on the inside towards the shore in second place, that's Gladwin Lambert in Melody. Can't quite make out the sail number of one that's out in front, but the field is still closely knitted together. Summer chooses that outside line. They'll be avoiding any backwatch. The boats inside will be have to be aware of any backwatch. But it's still early days as we head towards oil docks, coming across from the tip of St. George's. Still a tight race. Scott Fox seems to have abandoned a bit that outside line and is headed in as well. But he's suffering now. He's a bit towards the back of the fleet. I know he has some concerns about later on with cramping and stuff like that. He was trying to get hydrated last night. Not so sure he was using the right liquids, but he was certainly trying to get hydrated. Again, if we can get back to our national heroes, we mentioned Dame Lois Brown Evans. There's also Dr. Edgar Fitzgerald Gordon, Trinidad-born physician and parliamentarian. He founded the labor movement in Bermuda, and he championed workers' rights. He also spawned two prominent political forces in the forms of Dame Pamela Gordon, our first female premier, as well as Patricia Gordon Pamplin, a UBP MP and former minister. We also have, and travel may be aware of, Dr. Paolu RNOB Camarafego, otherwise known as Dr. Roosevelt Brown. His lifespan 1932 to 2007. He was a civil rights leader, a political activist, an ecological engineer, and a Human Rights Award recipient. He was instrumental in abolishing the property vote in Bermuda. I'm not so sure. I didn't go to Robert Crawford, but I believe he was perhaps the deputy principal at Robert Crawford at one time. And it was always amazing the discipline that he enforced and the fear that he really struck among many of the students up there. All I needed to hear when I went up there to play cricket, it was that Brown's coming, and everybody was scattered. So Dr. Roosevelt Brown, he was a real titan in our community. Then you have Sir Henry James Jack Tucker. He oversaw Bermuda's transition to modern democracy. He helped secure women's voting rights and was the first government leader of Bermuda. Of course, we're all aware of Mary Prince. 1788 to a date unknown, she was born into slavery. She gained freedom and authored the first stand account of slavery by a Bermudian, becoming an international heroine of the abolition movement. Then you have Gladys Bishop Morrell, 1888 to 1969. She led the Bermuda Women's Suffragette Society, campaigning for women's voting rights and better health care and education for women. Of course, there was Sir Edward Richards, 1908 to 1991, Bermuda's first black premier, a lawyer and civil rights advocate. He challenged segregation and promoted social justice. And of course, there was Sir John Swan, as we mentioned, in 1935. He was born and he just departed this month. He was a long-serving premier, a real estate developer, a philanthropist who was recognized for modernizing Bermuda's economy and infrastructure and fostering the international business that drives our GDP today.
The longest service premier.
He was also our longest serving premier. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Trevor would know. Trevor, you guys had a really intimate relationship.
Yes.
Indeed.
Doing this advisor, giving a lot of advice, inspiration, business, information.
He was definitely a people person. Yeah. Yes, indeed. In fact, my aunt was just telling me a story about her and her girlfriend. And her girlfriend must have went to school with George Swan. That was Sam Avery's mother. And they must have been out taking a break from work one day. And so they were walking along by TCD. And Sir John pulled up. And they was like, Sir John, we need a ride. And Sir John was like, get here. And she said, well, when they got here, they wished they had it, because he put the pedal to the metal and said, we just wanted a ride, not a ride to death. You know, but that's just how he was, you know. He was just so personal, so down to earth, and he didn't really carry an air about himself, you know. He was a people person, comfortable anywhere and welcome anywhere. Oh, okay. Let's see. I need to get the seal though. Yeah, it's the leader. Well, yes. Well, the leader is no surprise. He's led for the past 4 years. That's Benn Smith. Benn Smith has taken a hold of this race as we go past oil docks. His lead, perhaps 200 meters, 200 yards, and is looking comfortable. Is getting some lift. Is close to shore. And is definitely looking for that 3-peat. And so far, things are going well. As Gladwin Lambert would have shared with me as a laser sailor, you know, he's used to tacking quite a bit, and he's an expert at it.
Who's Benn's crew member?
Benn's crew is Christian Ebbin. Christian, I believe, is a way in college and is sailing away, so He has a master for his mentor. He's of good stock, as we might say in Bermuda, and he's definitely showing it today. Now, in second, it appears to be an old head. He's 77 years young. That's the rear commodore of the Western Silver Club, that's Gladwin Lambert. And he's looking for his third victory. He said he told me he wanted one more. Just one more win. He's got some work to do today for it.
It's the second.
It's the second book.
Another couple hours.
Yeah, he's got some young bucks up there that they want to get him early too. Gonna try and get that third place boat. Gonna have to inquire as to whether they can get some microchips on these boats that we can identify more readily with some modern technology. Right now we're trying to read some sail numbers. Scott Fox looked like he's come back well from sailing on the outside, and he's in the top half of the fleet. Benn Smith is going way in after going towards the oil docks, way close to the shore. He looks about 100 yards offshore. We'll probably have to be careful of the backwash that produces some currents that can actually cause capsizing, but he knows what it's doing. Here we go, more history. Now, sailing certainly has its own language, and I'm not gonna try to impress them. I know all of them, but I'll give you what I can. You have windward and leeward. Whereby in sailing, windward refers to the side of the boat that faces the wind, while leeward is the side that is sheltered from the wind. Understanding these terms is crucial for effective sailing, as they dictate how the boat maneuvers and how the sails are trimmed. In windward sailing involves sailing toward the wind, which can be challenging and requires precise sail trim to harness the wind's power effectively. On the other hand, leeward sailing allows the boat to sail away from the wind, providing a smoother and more comfortable ride. The ability to sail to windward is essential for maximizing speed and efficiency, while sailing leeward is often preferred for its relative ease. Mastering the concepts of windward and leeward is fundamental for any sailor looking to navigate the open seas with confidence and skill. And that confidence and skill is certainly being demonstrated here by Benn Smith. For those that are watching the streaming on TNN, that boat you see is Benn Smith, and he's just sailing easily. He's a master of his craft, and he's looking again for that 3-peat, that 3 in a row. He won it for the first time in 2022. 2023, he went over the line and was disqualified early. And then he's won it the last 2 years in 2024 and 2025. Oh, Benn Smith right now. More sailing information. You have a beat, what's called a beat, and what's called a reach. In sailing, the terms beat and reach refer to the angles at which the sailboat can sail relative to the wind. Beat is the point of sail when the sails are close hauled, typically around 45 degrees off the wind. This position allows the boat to sail as close to the wind as possible, maximizing lift and propulsion. In contrast to beat, reach is the point of sail between beating and beam reach, ranging from 50 degrees to 135 degrees off the wind. This position offers a balance of speed and stability, making it one of the most efficient sailing positions under moderate wind conditions. And moderate is not what we have today. Today is relatively strong, which makes it obviously a lot more challenging. And we've talked about Benn Smith going in close to the shore and is doing it again. As we come around Ferry Reach, or come towards the end of Ferry Reach, and backwash is significantly as it affects sailing by creating a dangerous current that can trap and overturn small boats, particularly if one is experienced. Benn Smith doesn't fall into the inexperienced class, but he will still have to be careful. Once again, we want to give a shout out and thanks to main sponsors, Seasons Pharmacy, again to the race committee led by Wesley Curtis, also with George Hayward and Mr. Smith. Also to the hosts, West End Sailboat Club, East End Mini Yacht Club, and the Mid-Atlantic Boat and Sports Club. In fact, with regard to the Mid-Atlantic Boat and Sports Club, we have two sailors out here, two crew members, perhaps with a bit heavy hearts as they remember their brother, Zanico Hendrickson, who passed. He passed last year, famous for his Gombe, his leadership in the Gombe fraternity, as well as being a former commodore of the Mid-Atlantic Boat and Sports Club. And his brothers, Zane Hendrickson and Zenekai Hendrickson, with Zane being the crew to Quentin Simons in Sturdy Pot, and Zenekai being the crew to Anthony Smith in Rabble. Both of them are soldiering on and holding up the family legacy in terms of sailing. And we want to send special great wishes and blessings to them today. Where we at, Travel? Where we at? As we come up on the shoreline, see the curly on? I never realized Ferry Reach was so long. We're still coming up across Ferry Reach. You really get to see the dimensions of the island, well, from a different perspective. Quite a long stretch. Even longer if you want to comment. Put that work in. This is where the crew members pay their dues. Pay it in spades. And as we see Malcolm, Benn Smith and Christian Ebbin there hiking. Yeah. Yeah, Ben has come away from the shore. Heading towards Windward, while Lambert has gone inshore to get some fresh breeze, to get an extra boost. But now he's turning off the coast and he's tacking away, trying to get closer to Benn Smith. But again, Benn Smith is having his way at the moment. It's difficult for us. He's making it difficult for us to see the rest of the fleet. He's certainly pulling away and creating some distance. All of them are doing a bit of rocking and rolling as they battle the Whitecaps. Again, we're on the boat Sanity. We have some spectators in rapt attention and not too few libations. Yeah, the Sanity, that's a media boat for our sister. Our appreciation to our race committee and organizers for supplying us. It's difficult to call this work, man. It's difficult to call this work. Certainly makes me glad like this professional. There we go. We're approaching the end, the point, the tip of Ferry Reach. We see that one last gas cylinder, large gas cylinder. Seeing these large gas cylinders on land reminds me of one summer I was doing some work with our good friend Wendell being a Bermuda, and we had to paint one of them. Yeah, Wendell, as he likes to be called. I always thought he was Wendell, but it's Wendell now. He's a man. But he's a good man. Wendell's enjoying himself down in Dominican Republic and doing well for himself too. I think give him a free plug is he's opened up a 13-room guest house.
I'm not getting on there. I'm getting on.
Well, I've got some pesos in my back pocket. Just give me some incentive. I've never been there though. I've just got the pesos. I actually think one peso is worth 0.1 cents. Nevertheless, I've got about 200 of them. I've got 2 cents, 20 cents. It's a start. Not so good a start, but it's a start nonetheless. Well, if you take a look and you see all the wick and the bunks, and yeah, it's really driving through these Whitecaps out here. It may not be a small craft warning, but it's certainly a small craft warning for the Comet. But this is going to be a stamina test for these guys, you know, because they got to work. The crew and the skippers got to work in this. Yeah, and we just hope that they all make it here safely, that nobody capsizes, because capsizing is not uncommon in sailboat races, especially when they're this small. They were talking about the dinghy racing yesterday, where you had one boat that capsized 3 times. Not sure which boat it was, whether it was the RBYC boat or the Victory boat from the St. George's Dinghy Club. But they certainly had some challenging times out there yesterday with the fitted dinghies. In fact, Maxwell Curtis was racing fitted dinghies yesterday. He was skippering one of the entrants.
So, Patrick, what our skipper's going to do is it's going to let us pull back a little bit so we can catch some of the other boats. We want to keep our viewers engaged.
Indeed. Indeed.
I know sometimes it's rather difficult to see, but we're going to let this boat catch up with us. So just enjoy the outing, enjoy the viewership, enjoy this day. We're trying to bring TNN. This is the first time they've been live streamed.
Yeah.
All these years, this race is the TNN is taking the first live stream in this race, and we hope to bring it every year.
Breaking new ground today, Charles. Breaking new ground. Proud of you, my brother. I remember when I came on board with you, and you rescued me, so to speak, because I was really sick back in 2018. I was still recovering from my cancer and stuff like that, and then you opened the door for me to once again practice my craft, and that really helped to rejuvenate myself, and I'm forever thankful, for that, and this is TNN News as it happened, and this is happening live today.
Patrick, just to give you a little plug, you're a brilliant writer. I've always said that to you. You are a very gifted and a brilliant writer. This man can write a story. Just give him a couple of lines and he'll write a story for you. So we thank God for our gifts and our talents.
Yes,
and we are operating our gifts and talents.
Yes.
Back to you, Patrick.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. I really appreciate that. It's taken some time, for me to recognize. Sometimes it takes a while to recognize one's gifts. I was just a student that wrote reasonably good essays, or so they told me. I never recognized it, but today I can say that although I've still not yet arrived in my career, I've still not yet written my best story. Today has dictated, that we modernize and we move on, and I don't necessarily look to talk much. I like to write. I like to be behind the scenes, doing my thing. But Trump has helped me to bring me out, so to speak, and I'm enjoying it out here today. And I hope my voice resonates somewhat with some of them out there. So as Travis said, we're just falling back. We're idling a bit now, waiting for the fleet to catch up a bit. The middle of the fleet remains bunched up, apart from Ben. Ben's doing his own thing. He's running away at the moment. He's showing what youth brings, and also showing what continuous sailing does, all of his international exploits and international exercising, going overseas and racing in multiple designs. He's really showing his stuff today. He's really showing his class. I'm sure his father's proud and rooting them on. But the rest of the fleet, I think we still have Melody. Looks like Melody remains in second. That's Gladwin Lambert. He's doing well. As the rest of the fleet now comes around the point at Ferry Reach, approaching the pylons, and of course Coney Island. It looks like the black boat of Greg Proctor that may be in second. What's that sail number? Yeah, that's Gladwin Lambert in second. I'm trying to see who's in third. It looks like the black boat of Greg Proctor. I'm not sure. And then there's a red boat sitting in fourth place. So we have Larry Lambert, he briefly tacked away. At the pylons, there's Alan Frith. Alan Frith is in second place. He's in the red boat. Correction, Alan Fripp's in fourth place, that is. No, he's in second. It's a third. It's another red boat.
I don't see responses. I don't know what email intended to.
Certainly appears to be a race brewing. A race is brewing up for second place at the moment between Gladwin Lambert, Alan Frith, and what appears to be Scott Fox. What is that Scott Fox mean back there? Yeah. think I've got the top 4 in check. So again, it's Benn Smith well out in front. He's headed along the coast of Hamilton Parish, headed down towards Francis Patton School. There's a group bunch fighting for second place. That includes Gladwin Lambert, Scott Fox, and Alan Frith. There's not much between them. And then there's another gap of, say, 200 to 300 yards to the next pack. That's it. Now, we'll give you a bit more history of all of the past winners from the race's inception. In 1945, you had Canute Lambert, who won the very first race, 1945. 1946 and 1947, you had Leslie Burt in Pearl Harbor. 1948, you had Alfred Lovell in Highland Queen. He was the champion. 1949 and 1950, Irvin Wilkinson sailing Our Joy was the winner. 1951, William Adams in Chase Me. 1952, Dudley Kane in Tricks. 1953 and 1954, Alfred Lovell won in Black Widow. In 1955 began the legend of Alton Millett and Kitty Hawk. He won it in 1955. He took a break from the top of the podium in 1956 and 57 when Howard Lee and High Yellow was the champion. Then Maurice Smith in 1959 in Chase Me. And then Alton Millett ran off a string of victories in 60, 61, 62, and 63. That's 4 in a row. Kitty Hawk further built on that legend and legacy. 1964, Ralph Jennings won in Playtime. 1965, 66, and 67, Alton Millett once again in Kitty Hawk. 1968, Howard Lee in High Yellow. 1969, that man was back again, Alton Millett in Kitty Hawk. 1970 was Roddy Fogo. 1971, Colin Clark in Myth. 1972, Roddy Fogo again in Scrapper, as well as in 1973. And then it was Howard Simmons in 1974 in My New Mary. 1975, we had Nelson Lamb. Then 1976, Stevie Dickinson burst onto the scene in Scorpion. 1977, Gladwin Lambert won his first long-distance Comet race in Melody. 1978 was Howard Simmons in My New Mary again. 1979 and 80, Stevie Dickinson in Scorpion. 1981, David Wall in Tango. 1982, Stevie Dickinson again in Scorpion. 1983, Alton Millett returned to the throne once again in Kitty Hawk. 1984 and 85, Stevie Dickinson. And Darian began his battle with Rudy Bailey. Rudy Bailey came out on top in 1986. Sailing Temptation, as well as in 1987 and 88. And again, we had that East-West battle between Rudy and Stevie, much like Cup match. 1989, Stevie Dickinson won in Scorpion. 1990, Gladwin Lambert won his second in Melody. 1991, Rudy Bailey in Temptation. 92 and 93, Dickinson in Kitty Hawk. 1994, Rudy Bailey. 1995, Stevie Dickinson. 1996 was the year for Mark Hess to take the title in Sasha. He was an overseas skipper. 1997, we had Howard Simmons. 1998, Rudy Bailey. 99 and 2000, Stevie Dickinson. 2001, Heath Fogo in Kitty Hawk. 2002, Rudy Bailey. 2003, Stevie Dickinson. 2004, Rudy Bailey. 2005, Bailey again. 2006, Dickinson again. 2007, Rudy again. 2008, Xander Kirkland and Shaka Zulu. 2009, Dickinson back on top in Kitty Hawk. 2010, Martin Finnegan in Kitty Hawk. 2011, Raquel Evans, one of our top sailors up until today. He was in Hot Tamale. 2012, Rudy Bailey won once again in Temptation. And then Stevie Dixon reeled off 5 in a row from 2014 to 2017, again in Kitty Hawk. 2018, Malcolm Smith, the father of Benn Smith. He won it in Summers. 2019, Dale Brangman captured his first and only title. 2020, Maxwell Curtis claimed his first and only title in pole position. 2021, Stevie Dixon came back again. And since then, we had Benn Smith in 2022, 2024, and 2025, with Jack Swilcott taking the title in 2023. And here we are in 2026, and Benn Smith is again threatening to run away. And I don't think as much of a threat is actually happening. Okay, so that's enough of this. So now we're steaming forward again, getting amongst the leaders. Not a whole lot has changed amongst the leadership, except that it looks like Alan Frith has snuck ahead of Gladwin, Lambert, and Scott Fox, and taken up firmer control of second place. Benn Smith we can't see at the moment at the back of this crowd, but we're sure he's there. We're certainly sure he's out there in front. You know, this kind of reminds me of that I was used to comedy Bermuda Day Marathon or Bermuda Day Half Marathon a lot, and for about 5 years I saw one runner, Kevin Smith, you know, and right now is one man occupying pole position, that's Benn Smith, but the race for second and the remaining spots is intense.
I feel like it's working hot.
Don't make me laugh, Trevor. Trevor says that it's work because it's hot. If they call this work, give it to me every day. You got your sunscreen, Trevor?
No.
Trevor says, okay. Running out of... Well, today, you know, they have all sorts of needs and remedies for stuff that we never worried about. Yeah, it's the real, I guess it's capitalism. Here we go, we still got Benn Smith out in front. We're traveling down into, yeah, we're going towards Bay Corner. Still in Hamilton Parish. We got the Condors gracing the shoreline. The pink Condors, beautiful sight there. Marvelous coastline with the rock formations and the many small islands that make up Bermuda. You know, can you believe it's over 100 islands that make up Bermuda? Yeah, more than 100. More than 100 small islands in the air. It's fascinating to hear the tourists talk about the island.
Long-tailed. Long-tailed bird.
You got the mic? Where's your mic?
All right. I'm glad I ain't gotta do this every day. It's hot out here. I'm glad we don't have to do this every day, Patrick. It's hot out here, people. And for all you that are out there in that carnival, have fun. Because it's hot on the water, it's hot on the land.
Yeah.
But it's still beautiful out here, as you see. This looks like second, third, and fourth band is way around the corner now. It's probably around. Where's Benn Smith? Take a look. He's going around the corner, isn't he? Where's he? What, Frank Patton? That's Francis Patton right there. He's up around Crow somewhere, but these three right here you see in our view. These two right here are battling. You got Lambert. Mr. Lambert's on the inside here. These two right here, what's that? 40-50 and 41-53. Who's that, Patrick? 40-50, number 40-50 and 41-53. So this is your second, third, and fourth boat. It looks like Gladwin Lambert still looks like he's ahead of him.
Going back inside, it looks like he's still clinging to second place.
Yeah.
With Alan Frith in the red boat, and Alan Frith is in the dark blue boat,
right?
And Scott Fox is in the red boat. So we got again Benn Smith well out in front, and there's a close race, close knit bunch battling for second, including Gladwin Lambert, who looks like he's in second, followed by Alan Frith, and then Scott Fox. And as we head to the West End Sailboat Club, I think I'm looking at a story that appeared in the Daily 2 years ago that talked about the history of the West End Sailboat Club and the history of this race. This year, I believe they're celebrating 82 years of competitive sailing with the Edward Jack Cross Memorial Cup as the cherished prize. And as the story goes, this is a story that was written by Cecile Snape Simmons, and it reads, "This club has survived to continue a tradition of sailing performed by generations of Black Bermudian sailors. Kenneth E. Robinson wrote in his book Heritage that between 1834 and 1859, the vast majority of Bermuda's pilots were men of color who tutored their own successors through long periods of apprenticeship and practiced them in the art of maneuvering vessels through the intricate and dangerous channels. They nurtured the Black Bermudians' piloting and boating heritage and maintained their leadership in the service. Their skills and prowess remained unimpaired by the advent of the steamer." In 1844, the Bermuda Native Yacht Club was founded by black Bermudians and often competed against the Royal Bermuda Yacht Club, which was formed in that same year. It is known that Esau Simmons, born in 1807 during slavery, was one of its founding members. He is described as a free man who lived in Salt Kettle Ferry House, owned several boats, operated the Salt Kettle Ferry in 1855, and sailed in several regattas. It is out of this sailing environment that the West End Sailboat Club was born. In the 1930s, it was common to have Sunday dinghy racing either in the waters off the west side at Enos Harbour in Somerset or in the Great Sound, depending on wind conditions. Most dinghies were Captain Scour, described at that time as Big Bay. Gladwin Lambert recalled that when the boats were kept in this area, they would open Somerset Bridge so that they could race in the Great Sound. This was later changed to the west side. By the 1940s, Comet sailboats were introduced and Comet racing became popular among the younger dinghy sailors and crew. Many enjoyed both sailing and boat building. They particularly enjoyed runt punts, which were 8-foot punts with blunt bows and matching sterns. A Comet is a single-handed, one-design dinghy with 3 separate riggings that can be raced competitively alongside each other. An Optimist is a single-handed sailing dinghy intended for use by young people up to the age of 15. In about 1937, one of the first Comets was owned by Elliot Nick Swan. However, it was not until about 1940 that the original boats were built at the Tin Top carpenter shop opposite Allen Temple AME Church in Somerset. Craftsmen Alfie Cam, Edward Jack Ross, Sinclair Lambert, brothers Canute and Leo Lambert, Ainsby Parent Chief, Arnold, Midnight Knights, Maxwell Robertson, and Lumley Burt built their own boats. The first Comet design appeared in the American Yachting Magazine of 1932. These men read about comets and ordered plans. The first boats they built tended to be heavy, as they used 6-foot planks of white pine and caulked the joints. They had cedar sterns and bows that were varnished, adding a certain decorative finish. The sails were made of Helena Philpott Cybers. The sails were made by Helena Philpott Cybers from flour bags or bed sheets. Gladwin Lambert has been involved in the club for more than 65 years. At 77, he is the oldest skipper still racing. He began crewing boats from the age of 11, but when he was 17, he sailed his first long-distance race. His boat had a white pine frame and plywood sides and bottom. The sides were painted gray and the deck was varnished. The bottom was painted white and the waterline black. It had a galvanized drop keel, a rudder for steering, as well as a jib and mainsail. Mr. Lambert believes that sailing helps to build character, and that a good sailor must have patience. He recalled completing a race in 6 hours on a day with little to no wind. These Sunday races attracted many spectators, and eventually, in 1941, the sailors decided to form the West End Sailboat Club. The first meeting was held under the shade of a grove of pine of Indian trees, bordering the shoreline at Westside near Basel Farm and Daniels Head. These founding members, Albert Nervy Simons, Alfie Cam, Edward Cross, Bernard Manders Sr., and Oswald Philpott formed the West End Sailboat Club. Mr. Philpott was elected the first Commodore, and meetings were held at his carpentry shop opposite the Methodist Church on Long Bay Lane. The treasurer was Eugene Potsy Philpott, and the secretary was Mr. Menders. So many young men became involved in sailing that they moved to the more spacious Victoria and Albert Oddfellows Lodge, and later to the Somerset Cricket Club. Many times they met at the home of senior craftsman John Davis, who was the Commodore from 1957 to 1959, and later from 1966 to 1973. In the formative years, young men, particularly in the Scour Hill area, became so interested that comets were built every 2 months. Skippers had no difficulty in selecting suitable crew until the 1950s, when motorbikes became popular. Interest in sailing then began to wane. In 1944, these founding members decided to hold a Comet race from Somerset to St. George's. Roderick Bierman was an 8-year-old boy on that spring day in May 1944 when the inaugural race took place. From the veranda of his home in Somerset, he watched as the race commenced. He recalled that it was a terrible day. The skies were gray and there was heavy rainfall. The wind was ferocious and there were high waves with lots of whitecaps. Nevertheless, the historic race began. Documented reports remain sketchy, but it's learned that 12 Comets set out from Somerset Bridge, but only 4 arrived in St. George's. It is also learned that the tender Wilhelmina had been chartered for spectators to enjoy the occasion. Comets were outfitted with wire for stairs, metal fittings and hardware such as turnbuckles, shackles, and fans, or centerboards made in dockyard by Earl Spike Hayward. Sails were made by Gwendolyn Cam and Elmo Wingwood, who had also perfected his craft as a sailmaker at dockyard. The race of 1945 presented another challenge. 11 boats were at the start line on Sunday, May 20th, but only 5 completed the race. Of those remaining, some were sunk and towed to shelter in Bayless Bay. 1 ran aground, was towed ashore, and later beached. The club had chartered the Corralita for spectators to view the race, but also to rescue any boats requiring assistance. The first boat across the finish line off St. George's at 12:45 was the Seahawk with Canute Tudor Lambert at the helm and his cousins Maxwell and Kenneth Philpott as crew. He had left Somerset Bridge at 11:30 a.m., making this a remarkable run considering the weather conditions. At 12:53 p.m., Salt Spray sailed in with Ainsley Parentship at the tiller. He was followed at 1:10 p.m. by Blue Heaven, skippered by Adam Butterfield. At 2:05, Mystery with Henry Ball at the helm followed. The 5th and final finisher was Eric Otterbridge in charge of Seagull. He arrived at 2:50. These performances were commended because during the race, the mast broke and repairs had to be made. Evidently, the sailing of the boat was so good that she was able to complete the race. The report went on to add that there had been a nasty northwesterly wind which sent heavy seas before it. This made the race one of seamanship and endurance rather than racing skill. The boats had to be constantly bailed throughout the race. The report went on to add that less hardy seamen would have called off the contest, but Bermudian skippers take the bad matter with the good as a matter of course, ensured the sailing ability under extremely adverse conditions. The racing committee at the finish line on board the Playmate were Charles Warbaby Fox, Radford Carsley, and H. Zimmerman. It was for this race in 1945 that Edward Cross donated the cedar trophy he had skillfully made. Mr. Cross was a cedar craftsman who learned his trade as a dockyard apprentice. Although he was skilled in many areas of carpentry, he preferred making souvenirs. Lady Mortimer, wife of Lord Mortimer, governor of Bermuda from 1964 to 1972, made pictures from shells as a hobby and enlisted Mr. Cross to provide the cedar frames. He also made the cedar flower stand for St. James Church of Somerset and was awarded the Queen's Certificate and Badge of Honor in 1999. In 1971, the club finally found a permanent home. A derelict building called Tipner College or Watford Island was leased from the West End Development Corporation. The first mansion of Tipner appears in 1904. It had served many purposes, including as a laboratory, until it was converted to a residence and renamed Tipner College in 1938, presumably after the Tipner area near the Portsmouth Historic Dockyard in England. Over time, there were numerous fundraisers and weekend work rallies involving wives and children. The building was rebuilt and today enjoys one of the most picturesque settings in Bermuda. Added to this, his restaurant serves some of Bermuda's best fish sandwiches. Toward the end of the 1960s, Comet sailors from America were sailing in the Great Sound when they saw a fleet of West End Sailboat Club Comets They were curious and made inquiries. As a result, they contacted the West End Sailboat Club, thus beginning a fortuitous relationship that resulted in their affiliation with the Comet Class Racing Association. In 1972, Albert Nervy Simons of West End Sailboat Club and Colin Clark of the East End Mini Yacht Club were made honorary members. Now, women have always formed an integral part of the club. Many will remember Isabel Lambert Bean, Margaret Manders, Helene Lambert, and Eleanor Simmons. Audrey Todd, sailing with Alton Miller and Kitty Hawk, was the first woman to take part in the long-distance race. Her father, Jack Borres, was responsible for officiating the races in his boat, Grass Free. The family tradition of sailing has passed on from her father to her son, the retired senior tugboat captain, Kenneth Todd. In 1976, Stevie Dickinson won the first of his 22 victories. He was followed by Alton Millett with 10 wins. Mr. Millett also won the race 4 consecutive times from 1960 to 1963. Rudy Bailey was victorious on 11 occasions. In 1986, he won his first race in a time of 4 hours, 13 minutes. It was the longest time anyone had taken to complete the race, but this was entirely because of the weather conditions. The race of 2011 has been described as a disaster. When the 14 comers left Somerset Bridge, the winds were blowing at 20 to 25 knots, but as the race progressed, it increased to 35 knots. The Comet sailed along North Shore straight down to Ferry Reach. Some sank, some broke masts, some broke rudders, and one ended up in Spanish Point. Raquel Evans, grandson of legendary Bermudian sailor Howard Lee, won with 11-year-old Benn Smith as crew. They were the only competitors to complete the race, an amazing feat, especially since their boat capsized at least 6 times before reaching St. George's. Raquel's grandfather, Howard Lee, began sailing Cummins out of the West End Silver Club at the age of 13 as crew for Gate Smith and Sparky Lightbourne. He was the 4th skipper to win back-to-back titles in his boat, High Yellow. He became the first black Bermudian to represent the island in sailing when he participated in the Montreal Olympic Games in 1976. After his death in 2012, Raquel donated his grandfather's Olympic dinghy to the National Museum of Bermuda. In 1986, shortly after he retired from the Bermuda Police Service, Hilton Wingo was asked to assume the role of treasurer. It was a financially difficult time for the club, and he recalled the many challenges, including a decline in membership. Under his financial leadership, the club once again became a viable organization. Howard Simmons is remembered for serving for more than 25 years as Commodore, and Gladwin Lambert as Vice Commodore for 9. These men and many others worked to improve the management of the club and its relationship with other sailing organizations. And that's some history with regard to both this race and to the West End Sailing Club. Its history, as one can hear, is quite rich, continues until today, and we certainly wish many prosperous years in the future. Back to racing. We still got Benn Smith out in front. We're back in the fleet now. We're going to once again catch up and see whose placement is where. I didn't realize that fucking story was so long. We got Scott Fox. If you are watching the stream, we got Scott Fox right next to us here on the committee boat. Or the media boat, that is. Once again, we have Scott Fox is trying that offshore approach. He's going out offshore quite a bit. We still got Alan Frith and Gladwin Lambert a lot closer to shore. We got Gladwin Lambert in second place. Hard to tell who's in front of whom with regard to Scott Fox, who's offshore, and Alan Frith, who's inshore. Frith is certainly being challenged, though. You want it? Yeah, it looks like Dale Bragman is closing in on Frith. Closing in on the second place group.
Let me reiterate, you're seeing it live for the first time here on TNN, the Ebbin Cross long distance Comet race. Sharon Burgess, I see you. Dennis Brown, good afternoon to you. Alan K. Horton, you've been watching, and we say good afternoon to some of the outers. For the sick and shut in, I hope you're enjoying your day, enjoying this race. For those that are in the hospital, I wish you a speedy recovery and thank you for joining us. We're coming off of, what is this, the Crow Hill area. Endeavoring to catch up the first boat, which is Benn Smith. How could I forget that name? Benn Smith, which we understand to be in the lead. And he has such a big lead on the rest of this class. 17 boats started today. And we're not sure how many are still here, but it looks like they're saying strong fleet. There's a battle between, they look like Mr. Lambert right here in our view. That's probably in third, is in fourth place now. Mr. Lambert is in fourth place. Veteran Comet racer Gladwin Lambert Then we got the third place. Third place right here is his number is 4153 and 4050, which is in second place. We're gonna hand it back to Howard. I'm handing it back to. Well, I got a memory lapse here. Patrick Benn. Muddy in the heat, Patrick. So Patrick's going to take over from here. Patrick, second and third and fourth.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Trevor. Thank you, Trevor. Yeah, we're back in the pack now. Yeah, Benn Smith is well out in front. As we cross, heading into Devonshire, Smith's actually. Still along the North Shore. You have Gladwin Lambert in second place. We have Alan Frith and Scott Fox battling. We got Dale Brangman inching up as well. We've also had a dramatic change in that Maxwell Curtis and Wesley Tucker, they're making an appearance. They're threatening. They're in the orange boat here. Yeah, and they look like they've actually taken over third place. Gladwin Lambert is falling a bit back, falling off the pace a bit. We've got Scott Fox well offshore. It's hard to tell his positioning. But Maxwell Curtis is making a move. He's making a move as we go up the North Shore, as we go into towards Devonshire and Smith. Where are we?
Shelly Bay.
Yeah, misplaced coordinates. But actually, we're going past the railway trail and Shelly Bay. Going past Shelly Bay Beach. And we have Maxwell Curtis inching forward. We have Alan Frith, who's along with Sarah Frith. They're in second place. Gladwin Lambert seems like he's falling back a bit. He's falling back into fourth. Maxwell Curtis is showing his stuff. He's the current club series leader. He's making his move. Don't know if he's going to be able to get very close to Ben, but he's certainly making a move.
Seaside Grill, first place.
Benn Smith, I'm told he's up at near Seaside Grill. He's up by Clay House. He's well ahead. He's in Devonshire. And we're down and still making our way out of Hamilton Parish. Still interesting for second. Stay with us. We may not see much of Ben. He's that far ahead. But Trevor assures me we're going to catch him. One thing, we got to murder Trevor. But let's not jinx our murder. Yeah.
Let me give a shout out to one of my early learners when it came to sailboat. This comic race was Miss Lee Stubble, the master Lee Stubble. She was brilliant. She done her homework. She studied, and she broadcast this race for years. And then behind her was Captain Kiva, the Captain Burgess, that done this race live on Bermuda Broadcasting, ZBM. They were live on radio, but TNM were taking it live on Facebook for all you to enjoy this historic race. This is some 83 years in the making, as Patrick just gave you some background. I heard you say, Mr. Perman, he was 13 when he... Roger Perman.
Yeah, first place.
Roger Perman was my principal. It's Scott Perman's father.
Yeah, Roger Perman. Yeah.
Roger Perman. So, was it Roger Perman?
Yeah, it was
Yeah, that was. You just told me something new. I didn't know Mr. Perman was a comic book racer, but he was my principal, who I hold in high esteem. He put the strap on me a few times. That's when you allow it to discipline students. Maybe it's what's needed again today is some discipline for some of our young ones. But we want to say hello to Mr. Perman. I know you're home battling some illness, but hello, Mr. Perman. We think about you. We say hello to your wife, Scott Perman, and your brother. Peace and blessings to you. As we see, we're coming up off of Bethel AME Church. The second boat is just approaching Bethel AME Church, and we heard that Benn Smith is way up by Seaside Grill. We're making our way to the front, so stay with us. Back to Patrick.
Well, certainly the Roderick Pyramid that Trevor's referring to, I call him Uncle Ronnie. Him and my father were best of friends, remained best of friends until my dad passed. His wife's name is Shirley. She was an art teacher, a well-known art teacher, and of course, I refer to Scott as my cousin. He's the current BHB CEO. And Trevor, you must be kind. Yes, he's worked his way up. I remember he was human resource manager, and then he moved up into the vice position, and he's got quite a job on his hands in managing, yes, that establishment. Personally, I owe my life to some of those workers at the hospital, Dr. Ong, Miss Miriam Balaton Dill. They basically rescued me. When I was suffering, it was quite a journey. So I'm eternally thankful. There's a lot said, and perhaps in a negative way about the hospital, but there are many good things that have occurred. But back to racing. First place, Benn Smith is going way offshore, but is so far ahead. He's no doubt going out there to catch some fresh breeze, to avoid any backwash, and he's just sailing his own race, and leaving perhaps all the others to battle for the scraps, at least at this moment. But it's certainly not over. There's still quite a ways to go, but Benn Smith is looking impregnable at this point in time. Again, we have Alan and Sarah Frith. They're in second place, clearly in second now. And then you have a Scott Fox. He's there battling with Melody for third, as well as you have Maxwell Curtis and Wesley Tucker, never to be underestimated. They're the current Club Series leaders. There's a pack of three as we still go alongside the North Shore, Hamilton Parish into Smiths.
From the top of Paradise, Bermuda's best music mix. Ocean 89, a service of Bermuda Broadcasting.
There are quite a few pleasure craft and officials, boats that are following the fleet and keeping track. And no doubt when we get up at West End Sailboat Club, there's going to be a verifiable flotilla. And the party, as they say, will be on.
We get the Newport Bermuda Rock right now, too.
Is the one already? It's already started?
Yeah, we already got, I think, about 3 boats already finished.
Okay. Yeah, and of course, this is a sailing month here in Bermuda. We have the Newport to Bermuda race that is, some boats have actually already finished already. So St. George's in particular be a beehive of activity. You got quite a few boats in there. It's really marvelous as I'm spending a lot of time down in the East End. The luxury yacht marina and the general sailboat marina down there is just beautiful to see, and lots of activity for St. George's, and truly something that the St. George's economy needs and has desired for some time, and it seems to be coming to fruition. As we get closer to the dockyard, I can see we got two of the medium-sized cruise ships that are in. So dockyard is a hive. West End Sailboat Club, that's Watford Island, is about to be a hive, no doubt. Birds Island, that's a hive of activity. So all roads are leading west today. You know, at least at this time, we've had some activities in the Harbour area with the Juve celebration this morning. At 2 o'clock, I was still up, but I can guarantee you I was not at a party. We were doing some research. Travis kept me busy this yesterday and today, researching and doing some other writing for the website. But they have had Juve, a battle of the bands and stuff. So I don't know how many people are going to actually be able to make it to work tomorrow. But I'd like to see the statistics on how many people call in sick tomorrow.
For the Rocket, they'll lose the holiday pay. So what about drink a lot of water. Been there, done that. I thank God I'm on the other side. I can go and partake and don't partake in the spirits.
Yeah, I was yesterday. I was till my mates. One of my mates asked me where I been all day, and I said, "Yeah, I've been hanging out down the yacht club, drinking a few beers and stuff." And he was like, "What, Patrick? You drink?" I said, "Gingerbread, mate. Gingerbread. Plenty of gingerbread. You know." And watch the entertainment unfurl. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely there is human, and I guess for the women it's another bad her day, but hey, it's okay for me. We got a few on board. You know, they seem none the worse for real today. We got a mature crowd here. Looking along the coast. Well, it looks like we're approaching the old cable and wireless where the satellite used to stand. I'm perhaps dating myself a bit. But Benn Smith, he's on his way back in closer, but it's still a bit ways off. Yes. He's about, oh boy, he's well out. Yeah, he's well out. He's out buying some channel markers out there. The next pack is in a lot closer. Once again, we have Alan Frith in second. We have Maxwell Curtis with Wesley Tucker challenging. We have Gladwin Lambert. And we have Scott Fox. He's the other one who's out quite a ways. We're approaching Penhurst Wharf. That's in Devonshire. So we're, I don't know, we halfway there, Trump?
Yeah, we're happy there.
Yeah.
For 2 hours in. I guess they give probably another 90 minutes.
Yeah.
I guesstimation, because I ain't got a clue.
Well, mine, 2 hours already. My how time flies when you're working sometimes. Especially when work is fun, and this is fun. You know, we hope that our watchers, those observing the streamers are enjoying this day. Once again, it's National Heroes Day, so, you know, it's a day of remembrance, a day of reflection, a day to give thanks. You know, and indeed we're thankful. Again, I'm thankful to my father, who's my hero. I want to send a shout out to my son, who's overseas. I know he's not watching, but he hasn't sailed a day in his life. But in Baltimore, they also have a rich history of sailing over the Chesapeake Bay as well. Yeah, I believe one time we had there was a round the world race. Bermuda had a boat in it. I can't quite remember the competition, but one of the places was Baltimore, and I was able to to hop onto a craft out there, and it was exciting.
I
don't know how many companies. There was a company that sponsored the boat. And the guy, the CEO of the company, David Kozlowski, he ended up getting locked up for fraud. A big shout out to the chief sponsor, Caesar's Pharmacy. And once again, a special shout out to the race committee. Again, we acknowledge the race committee. We also acknowledge those who are leading the three clubs. We have the East End Mini Yacht Club under Commodore Thomas Painter with Maxwell Curtis as the Vice Commodore. We have the West End Sailboat Club under Commodore Miss Emily DeShields with Rear Commodore Gladwin Lambert. We have the Mid-Atlantic Boat and Sports Club with Commodore George Hayward. And then we have the race committee led by Miss Waynette Curtis, also with George Hayward and Walter Smith. So things are shaping up here. We have Maxwell Curtis. He's bearing down on Alan Fripp and Sarah Smith for second place. Gladwin Lambert, he's struggling a bit now. There's 77-year-old Burns maybe tightening up just a tad. We still have Scott Fox. It's hard to judge. He's well out. But Benn Smith.
We would Ben.
That can't be here really good. No, that can't be here. That's a big bird out there. We got Benn Smith. He's around Duckhill. He's well out in front. So first place is unchanged. Maxwell Curtis. He's gliding past Alan Fripp and Sarah Fripp. As we pass the old cable and wireless satellite area in Devonshire. We've got Gladwin Lambert. He's hiking out him and his crew. They're just behind us. They're trying to recapture ground now after surrendering a great deal.
Your price is so far ahead that you won't be able to see these cars.
Right. Yeah, well, just pardon us for staying with the field. If we go up to catch Ben, we won't see anybody else. So we're back in the pack where there is some action. There's some great action going on with Maxwell Curtis and Alan Fripp as they battle for second. Then we have Gladwin Lambert. I don't know where Scott Fox has disappeared. We have Dale Brangman. He's trying to make a move. Hey, your boy, Gladwin Lamb was waving to us a bit. I don't know if it's worried about our wake or what. He may want us to get out of his way a bit, but causing a bit of turbulence for him. Quite possibly taking away a bit of his breeze. That's Gladwin Lambert. That's who you see on screen now. That's Gladwin Lambert in Melody. Gladwin Lambert, he has as his crew Simon Vanderweg, and they were making a big joke about it yesterday. He stole Simon from somebody. And they say the old man did it somehow. He got it in Simon, but they've surrendered quite a bit of ground since the early going, and they've dropped back a bit to 4. But now they're sailing away from land a bit. They're trying to catch some fresh breeze offshore and see if that makes a difference. Here they go, they're hiking out, trying to maximize the lift and push. Such is the camaraderie among these races, among the members of the Comet fleet, that yesterday Gladwin Lambert had a problem with his boat that he didn't actually know he had. And it was Wesley Tucker, one of his competitors, who helped him to identify a fault with his hiking strap that could have led to disaster today if he had come out without it being attacked. But all it would have taken is perhaps one hike and it would have been all over. But, you know, these guys are so helpful to each other. I'm sure that if Gladwin was in front of him, Wesley might have wished he hadn't helped him. I know Maxwell wished that he hadn't pointed it out. But certainly Maxwell and Wesley are doing well right now. They're moving forward. There was also another instance with Benn Smith. And again, Wesley Tucker identified a bent or a cracked gooseneck on Benn Smith's boat. And that could have been catastrophic, you know, if he had gone out without having that repaired. But Wesley pointed it out. He may be ruined that decision now because Ben is well out in front, but Ben and his father Malcolm came and fixed it, and Maxwell and Wesley are back in second with a mountain to climb, so to speak. And it'll be interesting to see how they talk about having helped them today rather than how they talking about it yesterday. So we got, you see on screen, the orange boat, that's Maxwell Curtis with Wesley Tucker. The dark blue boat, that's Alan Frith with Sarah Frith, and they're engaged in a duel, attacking duel, as we head past the Torrance Bay incinerator. Our topic referring to the Mid-Atlantic Boat and Sports Club is the passing law. And it wasn't that long ago that, well, maybe there some time ago, it was almost 30 years ago that the North Shore, that the club was able to actually purchase its premises outright. And that was, as noted in the work of that some time ago, it was a dream come true for McNeil Simmons, who his late father, Gerald, helped found the club in the mid-1940s. McNeil Simmons at the time said that I used to feel envious when I looked at boat clubs like the Royal Bermuda Yacht Club and the Royal Hamilton Amateur Dinghy Club because they earned their buildings. I can remember going to meetings we held in the 1950s. They would always be at people's homes because that was before we moved into this building. And it was in 1994 that the club bought the third of an acre property from government for $180,000. It had previously invested heavily in the land. Before construction of the main lawn started in 1975, the club had only 2 rooms. Members spent weekends and evenings building the new building, which was completed in 1977. Then Treasurer Ms. Grace Woodley, a member since 1975, was overcome with emotion at the time that they were finally able to purchase outright the building on North Shore. We held dances and raised the money to start the construction, and people helped by donating windows, cement, and money. This club means a lot to me. My heart and soul is in this place, she said. I never thought I would see the day when we would buy it. But Mr. Edward Gates Smith, at that time, the oldest sailing member of the traditionally black club, said if members had stuck together, the club could have been purchased a long time previous. I've seen this building grow, he said at the time. I'd like to see the club get more sailors, though. Increasing the membership is one of many projects. Then Commodore Mr. Odwin Berkeley Jr. intends to pursue though the plans were dealt a major blow when Vice Commodore Mr. Lawrence Henderson Jr. died. I'd like to see more youth, Mr. Berkeley said, but you have to catch them before they turn 16, because after that, they get caught up in bikes and they do not find sailing appealing. It's certainly been one of the challenges that most clubs have had in holding on to membership once their youngsters reach that bike age. But one of the things we will be doing in the future is to build a dock, because it's very difficult and dangerous to launch boats if the wind is blowing from the north. However, his father, Mr. Odwin Berkeley Sr., also an honorary member, pointed out that not only was it wonderful that the club had finally purchased the building, but the timing was also important. At the time, it was Black History Month, and so it made all the sense for them to have taken over the club at that time. Mr. Gibbons said the sale was part of a rationalization of government property, which included disposal of land surplus to its requirements. And I think actually right now there is some renovations or some extension or at least some improvements going on to the Mid-Atlantic Boat and Sports Club, because I believe they're actually supposed to be hosts of the next club race series. But if that series, if the renovation is not complete, the series will continue up at the West End. And so far they've had all the races done at the East End, and now the next set of races are scheduled to be at the Mid-Atlantic Boat and Sports Club as hosts. If not, it'll be at the West End Sailboat Club as hosts. In fact, the next race is scheduled for the 21st of June. I believe it's scheduled supposedly at the Mid-Atlantic Boat and Sports Club. But as noted, if the Mid-Atlantic is not yet completed their construction work, it'll be at the West End Sailboat Club. So they're asking that all come out at once. Come out and enjoy the races once again. Don't just wait around for the long distance sailboat race. You know, there's something you can come and enjoy almost every weekend.
Congratulations, as the Barclay coaching pontoons and everything else.
Okay, so currently Benn Smith is going past Barclay. That's Barclay Institute on North Shore, close to that. So it's close to West Pembroke School, off of West Pembroke School, and heading towards pontoons. Yeah, heading towards Admiral's House and pontoons. So if you're in that area, you may be able to catch a glimpse of history in the making. That's Benn Smith along with his crew, Christian Ebbin. Those young men are just dominating today, as they have for the past 2 years, and in fact, nearly 4 years. And we're steaming ahead now. We're going to steam up to get in touch with Benn Smith, get in touch with the leader, and see what he's doing. What's he doing that makes him so special? What's that pink place over there? The pink, well, we were going for it now. And as we're steaming ahead, we're going across the Miracle Temple. They're on North Shore. We're going past First Church of God area. Across close to Duckenstool area, which is where Benn Smith is, if not past it. Getting a bit of spray here, but hey, that's all in a day's work on the ocean. Can't say enough about the flora and fauna that is Bermuda. This is when we can see paradise.
As we look in the background there, the government house has been freshly refurbished, renovated. As we see the flag still flying at half staff, half mast. So is other flags throughout Bermuda, down at the cabinet grounds, all government buildings, until Sir John's funeral. The flag at the flagpole honoring our past Premier, Sir John Swan. We see on the North Shore traffic still flowing, but in about a half an hour, when those carnival goers hit the streets, North Shore should be packed, coming from, I think it's Vana's Park, Comet Road, coming down to North Shore Road, up North Shore, back through Blackwest Pass, and we understand it's supposed to be 2 loops. Now, the thing that interests me was that I saw a space of land by the Blackwest Pass, the actual wow, was taped off. Taped off completely. Yellow tape, like a scene, scenes of crime.
Nobody did fall in, did it?
Nobody in fall in, no, but they had it taped off so they could get the spot for this carnival today. So, Bermuda, enjoy. One of my favorite sayings, one of my sayings that I say religiously is don't drink and drive. Police are out there. Hotel Delta is probably full. And that's not a nice place to be on a long holiday. And I'm going to say it, eating that disgusting food they serve. I mean, I've been there for some years. But they changed the menu from KFC maybe 20 years ago. We used to get KFC. We used to get KFC when we got in the lockup, but not no more. So don't drink and drive. Enjoy your day. If you're going to drink, get yourself a designated driver. Or walk. Patrick, we're trying to catch up Benn Smith before we get to the finish line, because Ben has taken this race by the scruff of his neck, and I would say probably about a half an hour we'll be at the finish line. Back to Patrick.
Indeed, Ben and Christian have certainly taken a hold of the proceedings, and they won't let go. They're not going to let go. It's certainly not a stretch to say that we probably know who's going to win this race at this point in time. It's certainly developed into a race for second place, but an interesting race for second place nonetheless. Yeah, the gap is from Spanish Point to First Church of God. I mean, it's no longer yards and feet. It's like a half or a mile. Yeah. It's quite a gap. Those boys have certainly done their homework. They've done their training, and they're putting it all together today, without a doubt. Travel mentioned drinking and driving. Well, we're not drinking and we're not driving. We're just enjoying the fun. Yeah, we're coming up. Oh, you see it? We're coming up on Benn Smith. They're about quarter of a mile offshore, well out in front, making it look easy, and it's not easy. We got a flotilla of pleasure craft following closely to the leaders. And they're pointing towards the dockyard, pointing towards King's Wharf. They're not easing up. They're battling. They're working towards the air. We've just passed, we're in the Belco, the Berkeley area. We're going towards, we're going past West Pembroke School area, heading around pontoons. Yes, it looks like lunch is being served on board. And a delicious meal it appears. There's nothing like it. Cruising on the high seas. Okay, we're just here coming upon Benn Smith and Christian Ebbin. Once again, their boat name, the boat name is Summer, S-O-M-M-E-R. But they're certainly doing well in the summer, the S-U-M-M-E-R. And they're well out in front, looking good, looking unfazed as they go through the various phases. On their way to the West End Sailboat Club, on their way to Watford Island. No doubt for a welcome reception. They're going to be coming into view shortly as we pull up along on their side them. This is like direct. Right there. Here we go. Here we go. Now you can see them. Now they're coming into view. Now they're coming into view. I believe they're on a port tack. Making it look easy, folks. They're making it look too easy. These young men are dialed in, as they say. They're in the zone. Talked to Ben earlier this week and asking about his relative inactivity in the Comet class, and he was certainly unfazed. He said, I know the boat. I understand what I got to do. You know, I've been sailing. I've been competing. He's been practicing and looking at his future in terms of possibly at Olympics in an Olympic class boat. Christian, his crew is overseas in school. He's sailing regularly. These guys are fit. They're ready and obviously willing, and they're showing their stuff today. Is that what y'all? Yeah. Yeah, so we're heading around Spanish Point, Admiralty House area towards pontoons, going past the scene of that massive beach and water party from the other night. Didn't hear any bad things from it apart from a few parking tickets. So I hope today also there's good fun taking place. No rammers, as we used to say it. Yeah. So now we're building, there's a collection of boats. They're coming with Benn Smith and Christian Ebbin, and they're all by their lonesome, apart from the spectator fleet. They're just bringing it home strong as far as we can see. Cannot really relay what's happening for second, but there was a battle going on. There looks to be, if I can see that much in the distance, there still appears to be quite a battle going on for second place. At last check, there was Maxwell Curtis and Alan Frith. They were battling it out for second. Not so sure. Maxwell's not berating Wesley for helping Ben to identify a broken part, but that's going to be water under the bridge now. It's a bit late for that. I'm going to get a little spicy.
Yeah, so we're going to stay right here with the lead boat, Benn Smith. We're going to bring him in. Hopefully within the next, I would say, 20 minutes, half an hour. It is a very extremely hot day out here. To be honest, I'm not used to being in the heat. I'm an AC man, to tell you the truth. But work is work, and when you got to do it, you got to do it. So Dennis Brown, I want to thank you for your sentiments. I read your comments on my earlier posts, and I appreciate your support. You've always been a man of wisdom. It's downtown with D. Brown. And for all those that support TNN, I appreciate your support, your encouragement. This race is being brought to you by Caesar's Pharmacy, the West End Sailboat Club, the East End Sailboat Club, and the Mid-Atlantic Boat and Sports Club. Some 83 years of this race. 83 years, so that sounds like 1943, something like that. 1943. This race started. Bermuda has changed since day one of this race. Benn Smith Bayfront all by himself. So we want to thank the sponsors. The sponsors is Caesar's Pharmacy, Horseshoe Bay Live, Cambridge Beaches, Bacardi Limited, Robinson's Marina, Anchor Restaurant, Bulls Island Shell, Gloria's Kitchen, African Diaspora Heritage Trail. That's the Sailboat Club, the sponsors for the 82nd. This is the 82nd, not the 83rd. So some 1944. 1944, this race started. Sailing for the Edward Cross Cup. They are vying for the Edward Cross Cup. You heard earlier how Patrick gave a brief synopsis of the history of this race. It's a nice day out here on the water. Very humid. But still with a nice little breeze coming out of the southwest. So it's making it challenging for, well, not challenging because these guys know what they're doing. But 17 boats started. We're yet to see how many boats are still in the race. We haven't seen any reports of, we haven't received any reports of any incidents. We are now, we're just minutes away. I would say 20 minutes max from the finish line. We're entering dockyard and we're going to keep Benn in our view. This is your leader, as you see. Benn Smith and his assistant is
Christian Ebbin.
There's a lot of history in this race. Alan K. Horton, I see you. Top of the afternoon to you. I would take it, you're home, laying back in the heart of Somerset. In the heart of Somerset, the home of the Cup Match champions. Yeah, let me throw that out there because Cup Match is next month. This is the time of the year when we start, as a matter of fact, when Renee Ming starts to get completely on my nerve. So we want to say hello to MP Ming and all yes St. George's people. We just came from St. George's. And ironically, when the Bermuda half-day marathon comes out of what area, if it's St. George's or Somerset, whatever area it comes out, you have this year it came out of Somerset to Hamilton. The race came out of St. George's to Somerset, and Cup Matches in Somerset. So wherever they're coming from or going to as the race is, that's where the Cup Match will be. So Benn is making his way to the finish line. We're going to get our commentator, Patrick, to bring us in as we approach this finish line. Patrick?
Yeah.
Just got to need to catch the finish line. How do I need to catch the finish line? Alright. Here's what it's doing. Alright. Where's the finish line anyway?
Right over.
Alright. Catch the finish line, yeah? Catch the finish line, see? We're going to get the as our skipper, as he indicated that he has sailed this race. He sailed this race. So back over to Patrick, you ready?
Yeah.
After a little refreshments.
Yeah.
A little bit of sandwiches. Classy at that wraps. You didn't even just bring sandwiches, you bought wraps.
Oh, yeah.
Back over to Patrick Benn.
Yeah, I like to be a little corporate, as I put it. This guy talk about I'm a bit too bougie, but, you know, it is what it is. I like what I like. Yeah, but we are approaching the finish. It's only going to be a matter of moments rather than ours, as we've already been on the water. Again, we'd like to give special mention to the sponsors of this race, Caesar's Pharmacy, Horseshoe Bay Live, Titan Tours, Cambridge Beaches Hotel, Bacardi Limited, Robinson's Marina, Birds Island Shell, Glorious Kitchen, and you can visit Glorious Kitchen at the West End Sailboat Club. It's been a staple at the West End. Great fish sandwiches. I like the chicken legs personally. The African Diaspora Trail. So again, the flotilla is following closely. Benn Smith. We're going past the cruise ships. Oh, that's a beautiful scene there as you have the backdrop of the medium mega ships. And their colorful decal. It's Benn Smith. It's all Benn Smith. All Benn Smith and Christian Ebbin. There's no doubt about it. As we approach, we're going through the dockyard now, approaching Ireland Island. There's a large flotilla. The flotilla is building. We're trying to get in and make sure we got a spot to witness this finish. But again, it's all Benn Smith and Christian Ebbin. These guys have worked. They've put in the work. They're putting in the effort now. And the dividends are about to be rewarded. John Swift and them got a flotilla, a cruising flotilla that is of about 8 boats. I don't know what's already at the West End Sailboat Club awaiting us, but they're coming across the cement silos in the dockyard, looking impregnable. They are impregnable. Only thing that can foil them now is perhaps an error of stupidity if they were to capsize, and that certainly doesn't look likely. You know, they can sail conservatively now and just get it in. There is a bit of a chop still going on. Maybe some of the wake from the boats that are beside them, you know, they may be a bit too close, causing some issues, but it's doubtful that'll derail their progress so much so that anybody can catch them. We're in the West. We're in the West right now. We're approaching the 3-hour mark. I believe the longest race was more than 4 hours, so we're not going to have that, but it's been a taxing affair all the way up. Can't say there was much of a duel. The duel is for second place, not first. They say I'm Don St. George's and they always talk about that's God's country. I beg to differ. This is God's country right here. You know, I like to say the wise men, they came from the east, but they were headed west. That's how wise they were. They knew where they were going. They knew what they were leaving, and they were headed west. And so we are in the West now. It's beautiful up here. We are heading across Birds Island, Ben and Christian. Ben and Christian, they're still battling out of the dockyard, heading towards Ireland Island. Still cruising, still looking strong. And we're gonna go and looks like we're going to go and station ourselves up close to the finishing line, and await what appears a formality at this point. There goes the fast ferry, making its way from Hamilton to the port and dockyard. Waters are about to become a bit more congested, but not with sailboats, rather with pleasure craft, and we're up for it. Yeah, as we're heading past Gray's Bridge, the Mazina House, Burns Island area, the prefabricated modular hub. Again, it's going to be interesting how it shakes out for second place. All gas is just as good as any others at this point. But at last check and last report, there was Maxwell Curtis and Alan Frith battling for second. There was Quentin, there was Gladwin Lambert was in the mix. He and Simon Vanderweg. We're going to have to wait and see about second place. We do know about first place. It hasn't changed. It's Benn Smith and it's Christian Ebbin all the way. As we head into Burns Island, as we head toward Watford Island, we can see that the spectre of the Signature Hotel South Shore, that's the Southampton Princess. Hopefully that comes online by the end of the summer. Well, that's what they say. I have my doubts, however, hey. It's Heroes Day. I'm going to spurty politicians today as a celebration.
This is what we're going to do, people. We're going to have to change cameras real quick because we don't want this. It's been 3 hours. I don't want this to drop out as we approach the finish line. So we're going to switch now. It gives me another 4 hours of footage time. So if you bear with me, we're just going to drop down, switch out, and we'll come right back to you live. I want to see these numbers come back. So stay with me. Give me 2 minutes. We're going to drop down and we're going to come back to you. So we catch the finish line in its entirety. Thanks for understanding.
Bermuda Live on YouTube. Subscribe now.
We want to thank you. We're back live. We're back live. We're coming in. We still got a few minutes, so we have approached the finish line. We're approaching the finish line. We're about 10 minutes, 15 minutes before we conclude. Thank you for understanding. Yeah, thank you for joining us, coming back with us. We're going to hand it back to our lead commentator, Patrick Benn. I brought him out of somewhat semi-retirement. And we're going to rejuvenize his career, and he's back. Patrick, welcome back.
Yeah. Thanks, Travel. I think you wanted to say rejuvenate. But certainly it's a new era for myself. Totally unexpected. However, I'm enjoying it. From darkness into light, so to speak. But back out on the course, we got Benn Smith, and nothing's changed. Benn Smith and Christian Ebbin are still well out in front. They may be 15 minutes or so away from the finish line. They're still heading into the wind as they go around the coast of Ireland Island. They're approaching the Leafroy House area. If judging by where the committee boat is at the moment, the committee boat, if you're on camera, is the older looking blue monohull. And ourselves, we're just off of Burrs Island, where Burrs Island meets Watford Island. I don't know if any of you remember, there used to be a bridge. I believe they called it the Piano Bridge. That was here some time ago, and they filled it in. That's right next to, in between Woody's and the police barracks. If you're from the West End, you might know. But they did some land filling. So some land reclamation, and so there's no longer a bridge. They called it the Piano Bridge for obvious reasons. Every time you went across the bridge, it was like going across a piano with keys. Yeah, so here we go. We're off of the West End Sailboat Club. You can see the finish line. There's two colorful fluorescent buoys of yellow and orange. There's the committee boat that is anchored off next to one of the buoy furthest away from shore. I know there's a nautical term for where it is. I don't know that term. But we're here. We're just off of Woody's. There are some boats here already. And the party is about to be underway. There is another committee boat that's following the lead vessel. They're both blue. But we have the committee boat. We're right next to the committee boat. That'll make it official. We're also next to the what's now the Coast Guard building. It used to be a police barracks. It was now it's to do with the Coast Guard and the Bermuda Regiment, I believe. Certainly a colorful scene, a colorful backdrop of the precast condos at the Burrs Island. You have Woody's. You have one of our sponsors in the background. That's Burrs Island Shell. And let's just go through our sponsors once again as we see our flotilla building as the excitement continues to build as well. The sponsors are again Caesar's Pharmacy, Horseshoe Bay Live, Titan Tours, Cambridge Beaches Hotel, Bacardi Limited, Robinson's Marina, Burrs Island Shell, Glorious Kitchen, and the African Diaspora Trail. And Just as we have in this race a collection of all-stars, there's also a collection of all-star sponsors. And this race and the race with Ghana is eternally thankful to the sponsors for helping to make this event possible and what appears thus far to be a success. All are waiting for Benn Smith. We can see him in the distance. He's coming across the Leafroy House region. He certainly can smell the finish line. Smell that the sweet soldier as he nears the finish line. And he'll be thankful. Him and his crew especially, they'll be thankful to finish today because it'll been a workout. I had to estimate, I say it's about 10 minutes away, perhaps. And there's no one else in plain sight. As I pull out the binoculars, I still can't see anybody. Yeah, we're being accosted here by a pleasure crab, of course.
Jump, I'll catch you.
Oh boy, that must be the after effects. But some will bless you, some will curse you. Again, everyone's awaiting. Benn Smith is inching closer and closer and closer. He's going past Gray's Bridge. He's on the home stretch. He's been on the home stretch for some time now. There's no threats in sight. Now he's tacking away from the shore. Perhaps one last tack maneuver, and then to the finish line. Driving around a bit. High anticipation here. High anticipation. Everybody's awaiting the formality, but high anticipation and excitement nonetheless. A win is always glorious. Speaking of victories, grudging congratulations to the New York Knicks fans out there. Trevor appears to be one of those. Yeah. Okay. His for whoever being from the South of it. He changed his team. He's a Giant fan. Yeah, all you New York fans, you finally got something to go about, sure about. You've been suffering for so long. My mates up in Toronto talk about he wants to buy me a New York Knicks cap and stuff. I said, I don't wear orange. Orange and blue is not a match. Yeah. Yeah. You started hard. That was in the 70s. Yeah. Oh, man. New York. Big city of dreams, more like nightmares, if you ask me. However, they got a moment. It's liable to be a fleeting moment because San Antonio is coming.
It's all right.
Yeah, they're coming.
And if the president were on dirt that night, they would have swept him because they swept everybody else. So I'm glad he didn't come the next night. But yeah, 4-1. Congratulations, New York. I'm sorry for who's your team?
Philadelphia.
76ers. When's the last time you won?
Well, that's an interesting story with the 76ers. I was for the 76ers during we won it more recently than New York up until this year, you know. And actually, I had a chance to interview my hero, Dr. J, at one point. But that's a story for another time. We're back at Benn. He is seconds away from the finish line. He's made that final tacking maneuver, and he's on his way. He's on his way. They're hiking out just a bit, but it's smooth sailing for Benn Smith and Christian Kirkland and Christian Ebbin. They're, like I said, seconds away. Here they go. The 3-peat is about to be accomplished. They're ready with the horn. The horn is ready. It's Benn Smith all the way. Benn Smith. Here we have it. The 2026 champion. To that young pair, to that young duo, and it's hard to tell who can actually challenge each other. Edward Cross, long distance coming. What happened to the sneaky puzzle?
Let me see.
Sorry.
There they go. Maxwell Curtis has exchange attack. Harbour. That's the one. I'll take near the finish line. Gonna be interesting, folks. There's nothing to the Benn Curtis, current series champion. Alan Smith is battling from the early season. You have Maxwell Curtis. He's in the orange boat, the orange hull. Alan Frith's the boat with the blue hull. Looks like Frith may have a slight edge. It's hard to tell as they approach the finish line. You got Frith heading towards the leeward end of the line while Curtis is lined up to the windward edge. It's close, but it looks like Frith has a slight edge. Frith definitely got a slight edge. I believe it's going to be Frith. Alan Frith and Sarah Frith, they're going to take second place. Maxwell Curtis has put up a valiant fight with Wesley Tucker, but it looks like Frith has got the edge on it. Still close. Still close. But it's going to be Frith. Max and Wesley are doing their utmost, but it's going to be in vain. There we go. Alan Frith and Sarah Frith have claimed second place. Second place goes to Alan Frith and Sarah Frith. Wesley and Maxwell Curtis, they're battling to the end. They're still hiking as if their life depends on it, but it's going to be for third. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. We have our podium finishers. We have our podium. Quite a battle. What a battle for second place that was. Of course, they both would have wished to have been one or two spots up a bit, but hey, it's no shame in second and third. No shame in making the podium. So we have our top three. First place, Benn Smith and Christian Ebbin as crew. Second place is Alan Frith and Sarah Frith as crew. Third place is Maxwell Curtis and Wesley Tucker. And we have our fourth boat. Well, we have several boats on the horizon, on the near horizon, coming through. Not so sure who that is at the moment. Can't see the serial number. It was Glenwood number the last time we had checked. But this doesn't look like... This looks like Dale Brangman. The off-white boat looks like Dale Brangman's coming in for fourth place. Or is it someone else? No. Off-white, that could well be Lorenzo's number. Still can't quite make the sale number out. Actually, that looks like Quentin Simons. Yes, that's Quentin Simons coming in. He's heading in for 4th place. Quentin Simons with crew Zane Hendrickson. They're moments away from crossing the line. Quentin Simons and Zane Henderson in sturdy pot. They're going to be in 4th place finishers. They may have to make one extra tack, one extra jibe maneuver, and there we have it. Quentin Simons and Zane Hendrickson in sturdy pot, 4th place in this year's Edward Cross long distance Comet race. And now they're coming through fast and furious. We see Gladwin Lambert, who was challenging for 2nd place early on. He's in 5th now. He has someone next to him. That looks like Dale Bragman in the light blue boat. They're battling for 5th place. Actually, that's Joe Lava, the foreign entrance in 4137. And we have a fishing boat, what appears like showing no regard for the sailors, just plowing through the fleet and the finish line. Yeah. Yeah. Seawolf, that is. I believe that's Russell Young's boat. However, yeah, certainly a lack of courtesy there, but however, some do have them. Yeah, he totally ignored all signals, all courtesy. You know, hey. So there we have our 5th place boat is Joe Lover. Joe Lover. And here we go. Scott Fox is about to challenge for 6th place. Gladwin has slowed. He made an extra tack and he almost stopped in the water. Scott's gonna get him. Scott's gonna get him. So there we have our 5th place finisher, Scott Fox. And Lambert is all the way back. Yeah, we have our 6th place finisher. Lambert still hasn't crossed the line yet. I believe that old age really got him at, yeah. That maturity, not old age, that level of maturity, yes. Yeah, but he's 77. It's a marvelous feat nonetheless. I mean, there are He's 10 times older than, well, not quite 10, but multiple years older than many in this fleet.
Turtles just came out.
Oh, we've had a guest come to the party, one of our green turtles. It's made his presence known at least to trouble. But perhaps these boats have interrupted his little interlude. But hey, there's room for all of us out here today. There you have the Coral Sea. I don't think they know where they're going, but however, they're going somewhere. But at least they picked a calm, non-busy point to make their way through. They showed some courtesy, unlike some people. Oh, so we've had our first, 6 finishers? If we can go over them again. First place was Benn Smith with Christian Ebbin. Second place was Alan Frith with Sarah Frith. Third place was Maxwell Curtis. Maxwell Curtis with Wesley Tucker. Fourth place was Quentin Simons with Zane Hendrickson. Fifth place was Joe Lauber and Ian Lauber. Sixth place was Scott Fox with Nirjane Pemberton. And seventh place so far was Gladwin Lambert with Simon Vanderweg. And let me make note of this finisher before because I'm not that young myself.
Okay. Regions 3 score and 10?
Minus 10.
3 score minus 10. So we have to stay put until they're all in before we can go over to the dock and make our way off this boat. Some 3.5 hours in. Not bad. It's a hot day out here, let me just say that.
We got 17 boats to go.
Yeah, 7 boats in. 7 boats in and 10 to go. So we got 1 coming up now. 1, 2, 3. I see 3 in the distance. 1, 2, 3. I see one way out there in the space is all Spanish Point. We're gonna be here for a while, Patrick.
Yeah, I gotta use the bathroom. Then be first take from
You wanna bring these other boats in, Patrick?
Yeah.
Yes. Mini boat.
Oh, okay. Yes, we have our 8th place boat in the near distance. Can't quite make out the sail number quite yet, but it's bearing down on the finish. Our 8th place boat is moments away. As soon as he sheds the committee boat, I can tell you who he is. That's off-white. That's going to be, I believe that's Lorenzo.
My New Mary. The name of the boat is My New Mary.
Lorenzo Lambert? No, that's Rudy Bailey. Rudy Bailey, former multiple-time winner, Rudy Bailey, in 8th place. That's Rudy Bailey with Danielle Green as his crew, My New Mary. We're now into the realm of the also-rans. That was Rudy Bailey. Yeah, I know. I don't want you to see. How about record? How record? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. What's that? Okay, as some of the boats that are now out at the sailboat club at the slip, looking to pull their boats up and get a load off after what had to be some difficult moments out on the water. It's a lot of hard work that goes into sailing these distance races. We have some more boats coming into sight. Coming into the near horizon. Oh boy. It's hiking big time out there. That's another red boat out there. That may be Anthony Smith. Look like Anthony Smith, him and Zedekiah Hendrickson on Rebel. They look like they're getting close. There's someone else with them. The committee boat is currently blocking the view, but that'll change. Who is that? Oh. Looks like an off-white boat. If it's an off-white boat, that would be Lorenzo Lambert, the son of Gladwin Lambert. So father beats son. Yeah, Travis says that means the student's not ready yet. At some point, youth has to be served. That may be an interesting conversation at her when the 77-year-old beats the youth in his prime. Nevertheless, where's the other crew? Lorenzo is sailing with Shane Morrissey as his crew.
That blue boat. Why the blue boat just standing with bloody way?
Yeah, with that boat. 9-4. Yeah. Yeah. So there we have it. That's Lorenzo Lambert with Shane Morrissey as crew as the 9th boat across. Lorenzo Lambert, Shane Morrissey, and Seahawk. They're 9th. Behind them, that appears to be Anthony Smith with Zenekai, Hendrickson, and Rebel. Sail number 4106, I believe. Anthony Smith looks like the 10th boat about to cross the line. Anthony Smith with Zenekai, Hendrickson, and Rebel. They're moments away from claiming 10th place. There you have it, 10th place boat, Anthony Smith, Zenekai, Hendrickson. Their ordeal is over, at least for today. And now we have another pause in the action. Ten boats in, 7 to go, barring whether there was any mishaps or some cause to pull out along the way by some of the others. Interesting that Dale Bregman, a former winner, hasn't come into view as yet. He was one of the favorites. He's actually won a club series, one of the club series this year. Not today. Some relaxing moments now up here at the Wesley Silver Club as we bathe in the sun. And we have an appearance by our captain here.
I'm gonna tell you what you can feel like tomorrow. I didn't even understand it.
But going back's gonna be a lot easier. Yeah, because the wheels behind them going back. Yeah.
They could just leave still though and sit back and let it do.
Yeah.
But going up into it, they did all the work.
Yeah, it was some work today. What's your name? What's your name?
Lee Hamon, the cow.
Yeah, our thanks today to our captain, Jacal Barnes, on board Sanity. It's been a pleasurable experience today. I highly recommend it. Insanity. And him and his first mate, Wally Place. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I recommend the boat. Yes.
I'm just a captain today.
Yes, indeed.
I'm the hired captain, but it was a pleasure to have everybody. Glad
Yes.
that we didn't get a little bit roughed up because the winds came up really hard.
Yes. Yeah,
What happened today was American because the waves didn't match the wind.
Come down here. Let's come down. This man. So hang on. I see a, hang on 1 minute.
Yeah, Miss Olo, this good stuff.
I see a comment here. Is Benn Smith? Is Ben's father named Michael? I don't miss Malcolm. His name Malcolm. His name Malcolm Smith at Windy Banks Farm. But we're gonna talk to
Captain Minus today.
Captain Minus.
Yeah, man. Jacal Minus.
Where you from?
I'm from St. David's.
St. David.
Yeah. I'm going to say what I shouldn't say, but I was probably born in Bay, but raised in St. David's.
Up to David. That's my team. That's my county team. Yeah.
What you know about Connie? That's a big stuff there, you know.
Where were you in 1976?
Not even thought of.
I rest my case. I leave it right there. I leave it right there.
Yeah,
But
I'm not heard enough.
you were talking about the conditions when we started.
Yes.
Give us a little synopsis.
So today's conditions, I don't feel like the sea matched the wind, which in return was a blessing because the winds came up really high. They called for 12 to 18 today, but I'm gonna say we were getting at least 24 up the North Shore, easy, 24 knots of wind, easy. And then this guy sailing had a lot of work to do today, so but I'm glad that it turned out how it did, and we had a good day for it.
You sailed before?
I have, but I'm just gonna keep it on a novice level. Nothing professional about it, just for fun.
Did you finish?
I did, all day.
You finished. That's amazing.
But we got a good chair. The boys brought it home.
Yeah.
So I did sail with Jacal Washington.
Okay.
So his mother was the previous Commodore of St. George's, East End Mini Yacht Club. And the boat was Lady Commodore.
Okay.
So hopefully next year we can probably bring it out and get a low appearance going and we can get the crowd behind us and we can do something.
Well, we all know that to finish whatever you do, if it's running, cycling, swimming, sailing, the main thing is to finish. Not everyone can come first.
That's true. We have to take something from it, right? But in the try, we will gain experience. And then
I say that to encourage our young people. Our young people today think that everything is first. You're not always gonna get first. You gotta strive for first place. Yeah?
That's true.
So I want to thank you for allowing us on this boat today as members of the media.
Nice. I thank you guys for riding along and choosing Sanity. I got my CEO right there, owner of the boat, Sanity Charters. You guys can look it up online. So I'm Jacal Minus, the captain, hired captain for the day, and it was a pleasure. It was my pleasure. Nice to have you guys on board. Thank you.
It was a nice, safe trip.
Yeah, man.
And I didn't fall over, it didn't tip over, you know what I mean? So thank you for your craftsmanship.
Cool, man. Thank you.
Yeah? Yes, sir.
I try to take pride in my craft.
Yes, sir. So we see a couple of more boats in the, we see 2. We had 17 boats start. 11 finished so far? I think it's 11 or 10. 10 or 11 boats finished.
Yeah, what's the time frame right now as of right now? It's what, like?
Coming up on almost 4 hours. So 3 hours and 50 minutes.
It's a long day.
Back to Patrick. Well, we'll wait. Clear palette, Patrick. It is a long day in the office.
Yeah.
It is a long day in the office. And
It is the office.
it's hot out here.
Yeah.
I'm an air-conditioned man.
So, yeah, my first day when I did those races, I raced the first race of this season. And I was doing pretty good. I didn't know it was a race. So I said, I want you to sail with me today. I said, okay, cool, I'll come on, have some fun. And I found myself, we did 4 races, we actually competed. But I was the last whole day, but it was fun. It's good stuff. You know?
Come down, Skipper. Come down, Skipper. It's Charlie Marshall, one of Charlie Marshall's favorite sayings, Skipper. But we actually have a Skipper here. You've done this race before?
Yes, I have. I used to do the race with Martin Finnegan. He used to skip for Stevie Dickerson.
Okay.
And yeah, one year they let us borrow a boat, the pink boat they actually won today.
Okay.
Yeah. And yeah, we used to cut up, make those old guys pant. Maybe we used to come out in the regattas. We used to place first, second, or third. Yeah, when we did the long distance race, we actually came second that year. Yeah.
Big shout out to Stevie D.
Yeah,
Big shout out to Stevie.
yeah, big shout out to Stevie and Martin Finnegan.
You won it in 2010.
So you're telling me it was the pink boat?
Yeah, it's pink. It's pink.
Man.
Yeah, you're talking my language. I mean, what I'm got on, you're talking my language.
Yeah, pink sass.
You know? It's the color of the island.
That's
You
right.
just look around, you see the pink on the buses,
That's right.
pink on the Bermuda jersey. You know what time it is.
It's amazing you say that because when I created my TNN network and I built my website, I went to pink. It was Bermuda is synonymous for pink.
Yeah.
Pink bus stops.
Sand.
Pink. Come on, pink sand. Yeah. Pink buses.
Act like
You know what I mean? Our pink color houses, our pastel houses, but we have a lot of pink houses in Bermuda too.
Bermuda's a beautiful place.
Yes, it is. So, we're just trying to reminisce because we see two more, boats in the distance. It's going to be a few minutes before they get here.
But they didn't have a strong finish. They made it this far. You know what I mean? They deserve all the round of applause they get because they fought the conditions today. And that's what it's all about.
And I do hope those that watch this race, first time, live, I hope you enjoyed it. Next year we're going to bring some different angles. We're going to try to just bring it up a notch for you. So, this is going to be here to stay. We're grateful for the West End Sober Club making contact with me to bring this, bring it back because let me show you what was stated to me. The carnival had taken the attention from this historic race.
We were just saying
Okay,
this.
so you came to me.
It needs to be some compromise.
Come on. You came to me, and this is what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
We're gonna bring some dignity and some spectators back to
Yeah.
this race.
Love of the sport.
Yeah, they got to change the time. Had the parade round 3.
What do we call it? We call it tradition.
That's right.
tradition.
It's the
We work with this.
82nd coming long distance coming race.
Came
Come
out to
on,
see. This is what
come on.
forefathers before us would do.
Miss Thompson, I see you.
Island was built on.
I hope you're not working too hard, but let's get back to Patrick. Patrick.
Here we are.
Yes, as our skipper, as our captain that says this island was built on boat building, and with boat building comes boat racing. So it's a natural assimilation that we've had. It's part of our heritage, it's part of our history, it's part of our tradition, and it's good to see that it's alive and well. And considering some of the anti-socialness that has been going on, I mean, this is a sport that certainly helps to build character and shape positive futures. We have some boats here in the distance. Again, a special thank you to our captain and to the owner. Indeed. Another special shout out, special mention of the sponsors, Caesar's Pharmacy, Horseshoe Bay Live, Titan Tours, Cambridge Beaches Hotel, Bacardi Limited, Robinson's Marina, Birds Island Shell, Glorious Kitchen, the African Diaspora Trail. And in regard to Glorious Kitchen, if you're near Wesley Sailboat Club, you can pay Gloria a visit. Some good fish sandwiches, some splendid fried chicken, which is my personal favorite. But we're still awaiting the 11th place boat. The 11th place boat, there is one in the distance, still about 5 to 10 minutes away. Interesting, we're one of our first-time skippers is at Savaja Parent Chief, the 18-year-old. We probably got a while for one of the veterans, the Mr. Wingard. I never saw him at the start, but he's always an experience in himself. We've got two boats. Look like they're battling for that 11th place.
The other ones? Big, chop big. Chop big.
We're seeing the sanity experience at work here. They're getting their snacks, their lunch. There's a real festive feeling out here right now. Looks like there may be Dale Brangman out there in the light blue boats. Not sure yet. That looks like it could be Rogue Wave coming in. There's another bluish boat out there alongside him. They're battling for the 11th place. Guess that sail number soon enough. Yep, that's Dale Brangman. He's trying to capture 11th place. Just behind him, another blue boat. Can't quite get the sail yet. But it looks like Dale Brangman is definitely got the edge there. Dale Brangman is trying to make it one more tack to the finish. So we have Dale Brangman. He looks like he's going to be our 11th place boat, and that looks like Antoine Wingard behind him, who looks in line for 12th place. Here we have it. Here we have our 11th place boat. It's going to be Dale Brangman, former winner, Dale Brangman. There's Dale Brangman. He's going to take the horn in 11th place. Just under 4 hours for Dale Brangman. I'm sure he's disappointed. He would have had designs on a podium spot at the very least today. But he's there in 11th. Yeah, here we go. Here's the 12th place boat coming. It looks like, I'm pretty sure that's Antoine Wingard there. And he's not a young fella. No. It's the youngsters. It's the youngsters. Savard's parent chief.
Life could be so easy, right?
Savage Parent Chief and Joshon Smith. Their first is Savage's first race as skipper, and he's got 12th place today. Him and Joshon. There was some question as to whether he would even have Joshon as crew today, but here they are in their first go-round. Spectacular day for these young gentlemen. Savage is a graduate of the Endeavor program, and wonderful performance by him today in his first outing as skipper. I know the young man must feel good. There was some concern because he's small, because he's light about the endurance, and because of the high winds and the difficulty that was to be endured, but he's made it through for 12th place.
That's good. That's it. Right. See, double check. Any more boats out there? Huh? One more? There's still coming? Two more. All right, two more.
Okay, we're being told that there's two more boats still in the race, which means that there are two. That means that there were three that have dropped out of the race. Yeah, something's happened. However, it's not unusual to race, and certainly not unusual to conditions of this sort, which is somewhat difficult, quite difficult actually. So that's not unusual. When you have the higher winds, you have more tendency for some equipment damage or malfunctions. We don't know what exactly has happened, but we were told that there's two more heading into the finish, and three that have abandoned. So that'll be a DNF, I would think.
17 start.
Yeah. 14 potential finishers. So far we have 12 finishers. We've just seen Savage, Parent Chief, in his very first long distance Comet race. Talked to him at some time. Again, he is a former member of the Endeavor program that is acting as an educational and maritime instructionary setup, and is instilling some character traits and qualities and skills in our young people from the marine or maritime vantage point. Samaja was kind enough to talk to me, and he told me that he enjoyed sailing and he enjoyed the Endeavor program as it helps him with his daily living and daily way of life, and that can only be a positive. I see them, they're heading in, Samaja, Parent Chief, and Joshon Smith, they're heading into the confines, the more cozy, more calm confines of the sailboat club, the cove area there, to the slip, and no doubt they'll be relieved at having made it when they're maiden voyage together. So once again, our order of finish thus far, our first place boat and winner and now 4-time champion, including the last 3 in a row. That's Malcolm, better known as Benn Smith, him and Christian Ebbin. They won in summer. Second place, Alan Frith with Sarah Frith in Orion. Third place, Maxwell Curtis and Wesley Tucker in pole position. Fourth place was Quentin Simons and Dane Hendrickson in Sturdy Pot. Fifth place was Joe Lava and Ian Lava in Nymph. Sixth place, Scott Fox and Najane Pemberton in Get the Cat. Seventh place, former winner Gladwin Lambert, also the rear commodore of the West End Sailboat Club and the main director and organizer of this year's regatta. That was Gladwin Lambert with Simon Vanderweg as crew of Melody. They were in 7th place. 8th place was another former winner, multi-time champion, Rudy Bailey, with Daniel Green as crew in My New Mary. 9th place, Lorenzo Lambert and Shane Morrissey in Seahawk. 10th place went to Anthony Smith and Zenekai Hendrickson in Rebel. 11th place, we had Dale Bregman and Treasure Nanette in Rogue Wave. And just finishing most recently in 12th place was Savage Apparently and Josh John Smith in Silent Rage. And we're still awaiting the 14th and potentially 15th place boats. We don't see them. Huh? Right, the 13th and 14th boats. Yeah, we see one's coming around close to Lefroy House. Yes. Yeah, we have one coming. Our potentially 13th place boat is in view. Can't quite make out the serial number as yet. They're still probably 10 minutes away.
Delicious food awaits us when we get it.
What's that?
Some delicious food awaits us.
Oh, yeah?
We just gotta get them.
Oh, shit. Let me take some more medication, but all right, buddy. Shoot. Because I won't be able to get off this boat. That's some shoot. Oh, please. I'm still waiting on no going to gotta go see doc.
Anyway, we'll wait these last 2 boats. I see one in view. The other one, only God knows where it is. And my eyes are relatively very, very good. Yeah. My eyes are so good, I can see there's people coming on and that fun stuff up there on the cruise ships. They saying, hi, how are you? I want to highlight, those that made the way for me to enjoy this type of scenery, least of all. At least I will remember you today. You were the queen of the broadcast for the long distance Comet boat race. And Key was the Captain Burgess. They've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly with me on these races as I think back to some of my most challenging times. But I'm grateful today that I can remember everything that happened here today. But yeah, it's been a nice day out here. Very humid. Very humid. Humidity's got to be around. Check it out, my assistant. Where's the humidity? Humidity's got to be around 80, 78, 80%. Or it could be higher. Because you can really feel it. Yeah, humidity is 84%. %, humidity. You can literally feel it out here. This is what some people would say a bad hair day type of condition. But we have to wait until all the boats are in. I see one. I saw one. Where did he go? I see him. He's going out there right there. Tack way around now. He came off a dockyard. Now he's going out. See him in the middle right here in the channel? They say it's two out there. I see one. I don't see the other one. You see him? Straight down the channel. Yeah, not from her. Committee boat in front of us, we're on the media boat. Let me remind you, it's hot out here. Yeah.
Just said two.
You see two boats, Patrick? Nice crowd over at the West End Sailboat Club. Taking the festivities are on. Presentation won't be concluded until the committee and we, the media, get off this boat. So stay tuned for those that are on shore. I see one boat. They said it's two, but I see one.
Getting like a good. Yeah.
Anyway, hats off to these guys that do this. Because let me say it, you wouldn't have me doing this, sorry. Yeah. I respect this ocean. I love the ocean. But no, it's not my forte. It's not my forte. It's too hot. Jesus knows. You ready? Come back, Patrick? Let's go back to Patrick.
We're back. At least I'm back. There is one boat in the distance. Not sure who it is yet. It looked to me like a dark colored hull. I can only say who the finishers are. Gregory Proctor has yet to come in. Antoine Wingard has yet to come in. Oliver Sewers has yet to come in. Giovanni Hayward has yet to finish. And Greg Wade has yet to finish. And looking at the color of the hull, which is dark and I believe blue, it could be Greg Wade. It could be Antoine Wingard. It could be Proctor. Those all have dark colored hulls. And Oliver Sewers, he has a purple hull. It could be him as well. But we'll get some word soon. We are getting word that one boat capsized. We don't know which one it is. So we have two boats in our sight line. Two boats in the line of sight. They're about 10 minutes away. Can't quite see any of the sail numbers as of yet, but there are two boats on the way. And barring catastrophe, they will probably be our last two finishers. One could be purple. That could be Oliver Sewers. Can't quite make out the color of the second boat's hull, but it appears to be they're having a bit of a tough time. They're coming past the Grays Bridge area. Look, they're not at great speed, but they're probably tired, and there's no podium on the line, so they're just trying to get in. It's been a long day, folks. It's been a long day. A lot longer for the competitors than I. We had a good start in St. George's Harbour. A dead beat around Fort St. Catherine. And then the storm hit, figuratively. And it's been a tough go ever since. I remember one year, several months, have been at least 20 years ago, I do recall I had talked about it earlier, the 4-hour race with Rudy Bailey, and that was because it was no wind. This was because there was a massive headwind that slowed progress from St. George's to Watford Island. That is indeed a purple hull. And that purple hole means that our likely 13th place boat appears to be Oliver Soares, along with Mark Soares and Lady Commodore. We got some jet skiers having their fun, barreling through the course. And we got a crowd building on the patio at West End Sailboat Club. So the party, or indeed the set, is on. You can make your way to West End Sailboat Club. There's still room for you. Plenty of room out here on the water as well. As we're just witnessing like 4 jet skis having fun. They're dashing. Trav, I don't know who's this one on the committee boat, but they don't look like they're judging much of anything laying up there. Okay. You're certainly enjoying the respite.
Yeah, Patrick? The boy says he's a wrecker on the boat, so he's a son man. He loves his son. I'll give him that credit. Ace boy's coming. He ain't picked up the number yet. One still far with that last boat out there bringing him in, so that's why the committee boat knows who's left out there. So where the last 2 boats are coming in. About 4 hours and 20 minutes in on the wreck day. There's a blue boat, Patrick, a blue. You want to bring him in?
Yeah.
So we got Oliver Soares with Mark Soares, that's crew, and Lady Commodore. That's the purple boat. Looks purple from this distance. Can't tell the sail number, but they're heading in for 13th place. They're moments away from crossing the finish line. Shoot. Yeah, that is not Oliver Soares. That is Greg Wade and Geno Smith on It's a Standard. Sail 4062. And they're coming in for 13th place. And they are going to have earned a well-earned rest. So we have our 13th boat in, Greg Weed, Geno Smith, It's a Standard, in 13th place. There you have it, our 13th boat. And we had a near disaster here just off the stern of Sanity here, involving a I don't know what you call it, one of those paragliders or some type of board sailors.
They say that TNN is always on the scene. It's almost like I create the scene. I'm just in the right place at the right time. This guy had to abandon ship because they would have crashed into the boat.
Yes. It's amazing because I was always told if you're there, news will reveal itself, and it happens all the time. Oh man. I think he acted in good order because he must have figured that wood is a lot stronger, a lot harder than my burns, right? One of those board sailors with some kind of parachute contraption. Yeah. Often with more brawn than brains. However. Yeah, he's back at it. He's regained his nerve now. So he's going back again. Never seen one of those. Yeah. Yeah, obviously he's never seen George. However.
Let's say if he gets midday course wherever it is, and then he gets the cramp.
Okay, we're now being told that there's 2 more to come. So that's either who's left out there. There's Giovanni Hayward, there's Oliver Source, there's Gregory Proctor, there's Antoine Wingard. Apparently, it looks like we see some coming around dockyard now. Think I see a pair of sails. Definitely. I definitely see one more. I see 2 more.
But that conversation we touched on too. The guy has to go and get sprint.
Yeah, with the guy on the board sailor. Well, the captain commented that he was out in the middle of nowhere. Suppose he suffered some kind of disability. How would he get where he's got to go? But I don't know if that's always considered in the minds of daredevils. Cross that bridge that we get to it. But he was certainly heading for a bruising if he wanted to test his body against that boat. This boat, it looks like one. Is that sailboat getting turned in over there on the left? The way the sail is flapping. Yeah, we got one getting turned in. That's a light blue boat. I don't know if that's Antoine Wingard getting turned in. May well be. but we do see one that is actually still racing. So we got one getting to the end. That's going to be a DNF that definitely looks to be Antoine Winger, quite possibly. Yes. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. So this is like we're into the dog days of summer with waiting for the end now.
6 days before summer starts. 6 days. Summer starts in 6 days time.
Yes.
Longest day of the year coming up.
Summer solstice?
20 years.
Okay.
15 right
Yes, 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 yes. Travis, correct me, we're not quite into summer yet. The first day is on the 21st.
now. 6 days.
I can't wait for the end of summer.
I'm on the same boat. Balco benefits during the summer.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think they actually lower your bills during the summer. You burn up AC and jack it back up in the winter time. No, it's an energy saver thing. Kind of balances out your bill. Something, well, yeah, they save credit. You save credit at some point in the year.
It'd be a good 300 now, about 800.
Yeah.
That 300 is 1500.
Yeah.
Just to get comfortable. All right, let's see how much to prove. Let's see what proof.
Yeah, I'm getting word that, yeah, he's just sailing with his jib sail. But actually, he's not sailing at all, he's getting towed. And the mainsail has been collapsed. Don't know what was the exact problem, but there was obviously a problem. And something that he'll need to resolve before next race day. Again, that looks to be Antoine Winger's boat. If I can see, certainly can't see the sail, but I think that boat is Swizzle. I believe it's Winger's boat, Swizzle. That's a DNF. Again, we have one boat on the horizon. The near horizon. Just a few minutes away. Once again, we'd like to thank you for joining us on TNN News That It Happened, our live stream. And our first of what we hope to be an annual foray, you know, as TNN expands its horizons. Remember, you've seen it here live live streamed for the first time. And that means it's live streamed all over the world, no matter where you are. TNN's got to. Indeed. So we have that competitor. They're coming past Leafroy House in the Grays Bridge area. We see no other boat close. They've told us that there are 2 boats. We see one. I don't think there's a mercy rule in this race. So, yeah, we do have to wait. So, once again, we're here for the long haul. Stomachs are here growling just a bit. They understand that there's some delicious, some savory treats ashore. We just gotta get to them. A lot of action going on this weekend. This must be one of the busiest weekends of the year. I know. I said one off. You know, I mean, we obviously have Comet, but I mean, they seem determined to compete. I mean, I believe the action started like Thursday down here for this Heroes weekend up till Wednesday. You know, oh boy, it sounds almost criminal. Yeah, I mean, I wonder what the productivity has been like all week. Goodness gracious.
The police have been busy.
Definitely the police have been busy.
Yeah, they give a lot of money on Saturday. Tickets.
Yeah, Admiralty House, oh boy, they were sick all over. Yeah.
Tickets going to the roof.
Well, one of my customers once told me everything in life is set up. It's always a setup. So, some people like tickets. They seem determined to get tickets, but you know, so they can have them. Once again, our National Heroes Weekend. And while we're waiting for this vessel to come through, perhaps we can once again, we can give thanks as we near the end of this journey. Thanks to the 3 clubs involved for providing what's been a wonderful excursion for the 82nd running of the Edward Cross long distance Comet race. East End Mini Yacht Club with Commodore Thomas Painter, Vice Commodore Maxwell Curtis. The host, West End Sailboat Club with Commodore Emily Shields and Rear Commodore Gladwin Lambert. Mid-Atlantic Boat and Sports Club with Commodore George Hayward. Our sponsors, or the sponsors of this event, Caesar's Pharmacy, Horseshoe Bay Live, Titan Tours, Cambridge Beaches Hotels, Bacardi Limited, Robertson's Marina, Bird Island Shell, Gloria's Kitchen, African Diaspora Trail, to the race committee, Raynette Curtis, race chairperson, George Hayward, Walter Smith, big special thanks to the Rear Commodore Gladwin Lambert, who put all of this together today and has made this a wonderful journey. It was he who reached out to Trevor and TNN to bring us on board and bring this event to you live. He has delivered, he's delivered us just what was required. And we're eternally thankful for that as we make this thing happen. Once again, I want to bring mention to some of our notable heroes on this Heroes Day weekend: Dame Lois Brown Evans, Dr. Edgar Fitzgerald Gordon, Dr. Paolo Camaracafego, i.e. Dr. Roosevelt Brown, Sir Henry James Jack Tucker, Mary Prince, Gladys Missick Morrell, Sir Edward Richards, and of course, Sir John Swan. At the moment of his passing, we just want to say thanks to what they have done for us. Again, we're still waiting on at least one final boat. You can see them in the distance. They're getting closer. Trust me, they're getting closer. That looks dark. That may be Greg Proctor. Maybe Greg Proctor. If it is Greg Proctor is competing in his first time as a skipper. He's been a crew for many times. He was crewing for Quentin Simons last year, and this year he's got his own craft and he's sailing himself. Certainly a determined fella, if that is. I don't know. Not sure what the record is for the longest period of time. I know we have the record for the longest period for the first place finisher, which is over 4 hours. I don't know if the last place finisher, I don't know, I haven't heard of anyone finishing the next day. However, give them about 10 minutes, we should be all wrapped up here. I think this is the final boat. They did mention 2 boats, but 1 boat was on the tow. And I'm gonna be able to see soon what's the sail number, and we'll be better able to relay exactly who it is. Yeah, they're sitting up pretty straight. There's signs of weariness, but if it's Greg rides a push bike. He rides that push bike everywhere on the island, and he doesn't have an electric bike either. So his fitness is up for the task. Well, this thing can go in the trash. Hey, you got a trash can on board? That's a steel board. Thanks. Okay. We got it. Yeah. Okay, we're looking his inching closer. His head, he's coming straight into the wind. He's not trying to do as little work as possible. May have some damage, but it's going to make it in. Just may have some damage on that boat. He's determined, that's for sure. Something certainly not quite right out there, we feel. It's not quite right. But it's determined to get in. I know that yesterday he was out there. He was down at East Ebbin Yacht Club. That's Greg Parker. He was doing some work on the boat. There was some minor mechanical issues with that. I don't know if he got them fully rectified, but he looks determined to get here. Yeah, Travis says it's making them suffer. It's kind of reminiscent somewhat to the Olympic marathon runner George Stevenson, and I believe he broke his leg or tore up his knee somewhere along the way, and he was determined. By the time he came into the Olympic Stadium, they were taking stuff down, and they tried to pull him off the course. And he turned them straight. He said, "My country did not send me here to start a race. They sent me here to finish." You know, and that's what this is saying to me. He didn't just come to start. He came to finish. Looks like he's got something together now. They're sailing again. Definitely got his sail together, at least momentarily. But something's still not quite right, but he looks determined to finish. Let's see. Huh? What is it? Yeah, that's Greg Proctor. It's his first time, I believe, seeing it as a skipper. It's not his first time seeing it. But he see him last year with Quentin Simons. This year he's seeing it as a skippering his own boat. And looks like he's had some trouble. He looked like he was having some difficulties with the setup yesterday. But once again, he didn't just come to start. He came to finish. And finish he shall. There's Gregory Proctor. The number 14 boat. His boat, interesting, is no quarters. There's no quarter axe, no quarters given. About to finish the deal today in 14th place. That's going to be Greg Proctor along with David Proctor. And they are dead on the line. Dead on the line. They're just trying to get through. Still trying to get through. They're having some obvious difficulties with that boat.
I see you. What's happening?
Yeah, they're finished. Finally, I think we have it. Seemed like they wanted to finish twice. However,
All right, bring it in. Wesley Tucker finish and we can fill us out.
yes, indeed, and we think that's it. There you have it. The 2026 Edward Cross long distance Comet race with TNN. One more time, we'll give special mention to the sponsors: Caesar's Pharmacy, Horseshoe Bay Live, Titan Tours, Cambridge Beaches Hotels, Bacardi Limited, Robinson's Marina, Birds Island Shell, Glorious Kitchen, and African Diaspora Trail. That's it from Sanity. It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. Once again, the finishing order: Benn Smith catches his 4th overall and 3rd consecutive title. 2nd place, Alan Frith with Sarah Frith. 3rd place, Maxwell Curtis with Wesley Tucker. 4th place, Quentin Simons with Zane Hendrickson. 5th place, Joe Lover and Ian Lover. 6th place, Scott Fox with John A. Pemberton. 7th place, Gladwin Lambert with Simon Vanderbeek. 8th, Rudy Bailey with Danielle Green. 9th, Lorenzo Lambert with Shane Morrissey. 10, Anthony Smith with Zedekiah Hendrickson. 11, Dale Bregman with Treasurer Nanette. 12, Savage Apparently with Joshon Smith. 13, Greg Wade with Geno Smith. And 14, Gregory Proctor and David Proctor. Thank you. I hope that you've enjoyed our live stream of the race. Over to Travel.
Patrick, first of all, I want to thank you for an excellent job. Okay. Okay, so anyway, it's been a challenging day. We want to thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for viewing. Thank you for being a part of this history making day. We've live streamed this race from St. George to Somerset. We'll do a postmortem and hope that next year we can come again. Thank you for joining us. I want to thank the committee for selecting us. I want to thank my team, my assistant, my commentator. I'm here to be safe. I'm getting word of a few mishaps on our roads. Overturned vehicles somewhere out there. I've just seen some footage sent to me. Looks like an overturned SUV. Be safe on our roads. Don't drink and drive. The life you save could be yours. Have a great day.
Bermuda Live on YouTube. Subscribe now.